Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're going to get started shortly. We're just going to ask, please, we're aware that we're sitting with people that we know and people that we like and people that we have affinity for. We're going to invite you to sit next to people that you don't know. So if you look to the side of you and this is someone that you know and you sat next to over dinner, we're going to ask, please, if you can just sit next to somebody that you don't know. And we're going to get started shortly. So I you just sit next to somebody and make a new friend this morning.
I will start because I have to introduce Mansaba. Okay. I was fighting until I was eh? Please. It's in the Wi-Fi yala. Oh no, it's fine. I'm connected with my phone. Where do I see them now? It's in connected. But give me Wi-Fi. Eh? Okay. Oh, you have it now. Introduction is
what we going to call you to this month?
so you will attend now. Yeah. Oh, oh, you will chop something here.
Yeah, it's fine. I want to suggest that we start by introducing ourselves. And then we that is where they are in the proceedings. And then we get
Okay, and then we'll just need to sanitize this.
I'm putting the 90.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Are we here? Are we here? Thank you. We are about to start. A number of comrades are still coming in from breakfast. I think the door we should start and they will find out on the way. As you had observed yesterday, that we have major issues to go through. We are going to use every little drop of time at our disposal. My name is Michogo Itake. I am the Civil Society Support Program in Consultative. Somehow I know almost 90% of us here. I am so grateful to see you once more. When the call comes, when the country needs us most, I knew that we can hear the call, and that's why we are here. My responsibility for the country today are very small. I am asked to direct the processes during the course of the next 2.5 to 3 days. I will be assisted by Sizakele Mpatwa, is the head of the education program in Kagiso Trust. And together we will be your servants over the next 2.5 days to achieve the very purpose why we are here, why the nation has called. Without taking much time, I think we should start. I will call upon Sizakele to take over. Sizakele.
Thank you, Piti. Good morning, everyone. And my greetings also goes to the people that are online. Isn't it great that one thing that we saw as a disaster, it has in fact changed our lives and make them better. We are now to do things in different ways at different times in different places. And this way of technology for us, it has also helped our male counterparts who used not to know how to multitask. Now they can multitask, they can be online and do something else. So we must say bravo to COVID-19 because it was not as bad as it seems, but it has also progressed us. And we think that for us being here today, we are going to have discussions that will progress not only us as individuals, not Kagiso Trust as an organization, but the nation as a whole. I would like to call upon a person, the lady, who is an activist. I believe in her entire life, she has been fighting for development, not only in fist fighting or using guns, but she has been using, trying to come up with models or engaging with people so that they are models that can be used for development. This is one person who gives out herself outside from her family to work for the country. And she has been with Kagiso Trust for some time. And in Kagiso Trust, she has served in different positions and mainly in directing the programs. There is a committee that is a programs committee where we deal with the programmatic work that we do, which is almost 80% of the work that we do in the trust. And now she is the chairperson of the trust in Kagiso Trust. Let me allow Mayor Mansabang Mankoni to welcome you all in this event so that we are free to continue. And she's on Zoom, she will just welcome us. Memankoni.
Thank you very much, Cesar. Thank you very much, Uchoko. Good morning, everyone. I am joining you on Zoom. This was not the intention, actually. The intention was to be with you there in person, but unfortunately, due to unforeseen health developments, I could not join you in person. But as Cesar has said, COVID taught us to join in different ways. And here we are. A few years ago, I wouldn't be able to join you, but today I am able to join you on Zoom, even though my health condition does not allow. Before I go on, may I, Program Director, please allow me just to acknowledge a few people who are amongst us. It's Ambassador Dr. Yakub Abba Omar from MISTRA, and then also acknowledge Mr. Bongani Mangongo, Acting Chief Executive Officer of the National Development Agency, Mr. Peter Nechipale, Deputy Director General, Department of Social Development, and Ade Tabiso Ratsumo, who is a trustee of Kagiso Trust and also Deputy Chair, and also acknowledge other trustees who may be in the room and who may be on Zoom. And I'd like to welcome everyone that I may not have identified by name, but who are friends of civil society and who are people who are dedicated to making sure that South Africa ticks. With that, I would like to say all protocols observed. I am pleased as chairperson of Kagiso Trust to share with you today some brief opening remarks and reflection at the start of what we believe will be an historic and momentous event and process going forward. Before that, let me start by reminding ourselves and everybody else, what is the mission of Kagiso Trust? The mission is of a peaceful, prosperous South Africa in which justice and respect for human rights is upheld and realized. We as Kagiso Trust are a direct product of our nation's history. When that vision, the one now enshrined in our constitution, was in grave danger of never being realized. If you asked anybody, maybe 30 or 35 years ago, they would say they never imagined that such a vision would ever be realized, that would ever be in a democratic order. At that time, the vision of peace and justice seemed very distant and uncertain. However, foundational to the change which we were part of were a group of clergy who issued what came to be known as the Kairos document. I will not over-elaborate on that document. I wish to just remember that such a document was developed collectively by leaders, many leaders, such as Ombeas Nodie, Reverend Frank Chikani, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, just to mention a few. Safe to say that it placed the theological term, the Kairos moment, as the moment of crisis, which had the power of transformational change through suffering, justice, and reconciliation. It was an important guide and signpost not only for the moment, but for change that needed to happen. Indeed, that moment is more prominent today, as it was before our democratic dispensation, as the country today is facing the most deepened crisis since the liberation. And that crisis seems to be escalating by the day. So many years later, we as Kagiso Trust have chosen in a small way to honor that foundational approach, which in fact framed our very existence. We have journeyed with many partners, civil society, the private sector, and government since 1994 to achieve our vision. We have always believed that all stakeholders must play their part, and indeed only partnerships based on shared and common vision and values can deliver the best outcomes for ordinary people. It is the same ordinary people who today are in the depths of despair, suffering from violence, especially gender-based violence and femicide, hopelessness, desperation. I believe that Kagiso's trust is not blind to what is happening in our society. The pain is one we recognize, and the need for change is something we embrace. In our organizing document, we have raised a number of critical questions. How should the NGO sector organize itself to amplify its voice and impact to meet South Africa's current challenges as part of active citizenship and the critical author of national destiny? I think this is a very important and critical point in the sense that democracy and governance is not just about government. It's about everybody participating in how they wish to be governed. The next one is, how can NGOs strategically reposition and partner to maximize resources and its social impact in aiding government to be responsive, inclusive, effective, and accountable in bringing about the desired social transformation? Without a public and the citizen participation, this will not happen. It is important then that the public or citizens then assist government in governing the country. The next one is, how can we build coordination and collaboration among the NPOs to share ideas, mentor, and build strong relationships with the communities they serve? What we're saying here is, how do we as civil society assist our communities to then be in a position to participate in the democratic order in how the country is being governed? Remember, public participation or citizen participation is enshrined in the Constitution. And if you look at legislation throughout all sectors, public participation is acknowledged and it is being encouraged. But however, when one looks around, people seem to have given up. Or have they? Have they really given up? Or have they just disengaged because they are not being listened to? Or perhaps they do not have platforms on which they provide that participation. Key action plans for the state civil society institutional frameworks, we have to focus on that. We also have to focus on key action plans for an enabling environment, resource mobilization, and NPO capacity building, framing of sector policy actions and campaigns, recommendations for NPO coordination. Last night, as our guest, Mr. Mcebisi Jonas, gave a talk, I will not repeat what he was saying, but one thing that I picked up was on the fact that in 1994, when the democratic dispensation came about, many of our NPO leaders, NGO leaders, were absorbed into government and into the private sector. Not only the people themselves, but even funding that the NPOs used to receive was then directed to government programs, to an extent that the NPO sector really dwindled and became disempowered. And it is time that we regain that empowerment and support the NPO sector so that it can work the way it did pre-1994. Together with you, we believe that civil society must be afforded the space to introspect, learn, and grow its own capacities and vision to help our country during this dark hour. We cannot do this alone. All of us must shoulder responsibility and act in unity to take back what used to be the best country that we had in a few years ago, so that it is indeed peaceful, prosperous, and free. Anything that threatens that peace, prosperity, and freedom must be taken out and allow society to walk that path towards peace, prosperity, and freedom. This is the time where moral and ethical leadership is required across all societal formations. Our leadership, our political leadership has not been able to optimize the positions that they are to lead us in that direction that I've just described. Now, to stand back and criticize that leadership while we are not participating in assisting that very leadership to do the right things will not help. It is up to us then to stand up and close those gaps that perhaps our political leadership has not been able to close. Let us ensure a value and principle-based partnership as we look forward to supporting our collective efforts to save the country from going in the wrong direction. I'm sure all of us here will agree that the trajectory that South Africa seems to be following, it's not the optimum one, and it should not be supported. We need a different trajectory, and we need to bring the country back on course. I wish you well in holding and having a difficult conversation. I'm sure we are going to have very difficult conversations in the next 3 days, and look forward to the vision of change you will create for all of us to embrace and engage with. This change is required. We need to make adjustments to this trajectory that I have just described, and it is all in our hands. We will not have some messiah coming from I don't know where to come and assist us. We ourselves have to do it. All of us, not a single one left behind. So with that short reflection, you are all welcome. Please feel free to contribute, whether here physically or online, you are welcome to contribute. We have done it before and we can do it today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Memansaba. What a welcome. People who were with us last night, I believe that they can start connecting the dots. I kept on hearing accountability, responsibility, that we have to become responsible citizens. And let me just maybe give you some etiquettes for the session, for those that are with us here. Behind me on the door that you use to enter the conference room, there are ladies' rooms. The ladies' rooms are just on this line, but as you turn the corner towards where we were doing the registration, the gents' restrooms are also there, and also the other ones for those that would need maybe bigger space. The disabled restrooms are also out there. We will then be giving you directions as to when and how we're going to have tea, but everything that we'll have, whether for tea breaks, it will be here along the passage just behind us outside here. Now, I would like to call on stage for people who will come and set the scene for us so that we officially start the conference. Firstly, let me introduce my colleague who is sitting next to me here, Uichoko Tlake. He has already indicated that he knows 90% of you because partly of the work that he does in being an activist, he has maybe encountered and met with you. He is passionate about the state of civil society or the state of societies in general. He is very passionate about development, especially at community levels. He is with us as the manager for the civil society program. So behind the program that we're here today for, he is the one that is responsible and accountable for. But also to set the scene further for us, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Aba Oma. He is Director Operations at Mistra. He was the head of strategy at the Banking Association of South Africa, BASA, since January 2017 until December 2020. He served as ambassador, Africa's ambassador to Oman from 2003 to 2008, and then to the UAE from 2008 to 2013. He was the Director Operations at Mapungube Institute, which is MISTRA, a Johannesburg-based socio-political and economic think tank from 2013 until his appointment to BASA. He has led 2 country scenarios to the Office of the South African Presidency, as well as lectured on risk and scenarios at postgraduate level. He completed his PhD at University Department of Sociology in 2017. He used to serve on the Board of Business Arts South Africa and chaired the Board of Trustees of the South African National AIDS Council, SANEC. He currently serves on the Executive Committee of the Indlulamity Scenarios Project and the National Planning Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Abba.
Thank you very much. I must fire my introduction, and they forgot one important part, which I have to declare right up front, that I'm also on the Renewal Commission of the African National Congress. So they forget to mention it whenever they send it out. They think I'm scared to mention it, but I'm not. I truly believe in the renewal of this movement, even though a lot of people have written it off. So, comrades and colleagues, thank you very much for this opportunity to present some perspectives from the Indlulamity Scenarios Project. I think some of you would know that Indlulamity is the word for giraffe. It means the animal that's able to look above the trees, and that's why we named this the Indlulamity Scenarios. The project started in 2017, May 2017, so if you cast your mind back then, it was the period, the dark era of state capture. And at that point, we were all pretty depressed about where the country is going and where the world is going. And we decided that we needed to engage in some scenarios to lift the gaze. So we then proceeded with that process. And then in June 2018, actually 21st June 2018, we launched the first set of scenarios, the Indlulamity scenarios. Quite coincidentally, as we arrived for that launch event, some of the media that was present pointed out that, did we know that June 21st is International Giraffe Day? And that's when I said, there's a God and she's smiling down on us, that we were able to coincide it with such an international day. After that, we have been presenting the scenarios and we've been through a number of presentations, developments, etc. But an interesting part of the scenario project was what we call the Indlulamity Social Cohesion Barometer. So today I'm going to be presenting to you a little bit of that journey, where we went, what we have produced, and then where we are today. Okay, so bear with me as I take you through that. So the project itself, its objective was to have a national dialogue, and I think a number of you may have done scenarios or been involved in scenarios. And I always say that conversation or the national dialogue or the dialogue is at the core of a scenarios exercise. A scenario is not meant to perfectly forecast the future or predict what's going to happen. It speculates about direction the country is going in. And then it became a platform for facilitating social compacting. Now, the reason for that was that when we met in 2017, a group of about 50 of us, drawn from a range of backgrounds, trade unions, business, civil society, etc. As I said, from the Communist Party to Business Unity South Africa, we came to the conclusion that the key question in 2017 that we needed to answer is social cohesion possible? And we then set a time horizon. We said, let's look at whether we'll be able to achieve social cohesion in 2030. We wanted to link that up with the National Development Plan and also the 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Hence, in our existence, we became a platform for social compacting, which I'll come back to now. We then produced the barometer that I mentioned, and the barometer is quite a unique development for scenarios. Most scenarios get produced, they pass it around, especially amongst a group of elite or activist organizers at best, and then we never hear from them again. But we've been continuing to track the developments around these scenarios with this barometer. And then we've also been monitoring and evaluating on the basis of an economic model that underpins the scenarios. Okay, so what we did was to start the process, and this is a typical scenario process, that you interview a range of people. And the methodology we use, if you're interested in scenarios, is called the Intuitive Logic School. So intuitive because we want to tap into the minds of activists, experts, professionals, et cetera, et cetera. So we spent a lot of time at the beginning just interviewing a wide range of people, and we also had a number of focus group discussions. At the end of that, we produced this set of variables. Now, I'm not going to go into all of that, and I'm even going to spare you the long version of the variables. But if you're interested in it, if you go onto the Indlulamiti Scenarios website, all the details are there. But I think some important ones that we can highlight was obviously issues around unemployment, especially youth unemployment, the whole issue of job insecurity, especially around informalization of jobs, inequality remaining entrenched, the rising number of non-communicable diseases over and above the kind of burdens that we normally have around TB, HIV, AIDS, malaria, etc. Climate change was quite big for us in 2017, land reform, urbanization. Amongst the issues that I think that would keep coming up, I think even in civil society agenda, was the role of civil society. And we felt that in 2017, that there was a big role for civil society to play to hold the state accountable. Crime was an issue we often refer to. The question of resistance to reconciliation was something that we were worried about as well. And you can see up to today, we still have that problem. Media, we thought would play a big role. And then we located it a little bit in the Southern African region and to some extent in the global sort of context. On the basis of that, then, in trying to understand what would a socially cohesive South Africa look like and to what degree is it attainable by 2030, from those variables and from a process of speaking and discussing with a number of people that were involved in the project, we arrived at three key driving forces. The one was around resentment, resistant resentment and reconciliation, what we call the triple R. We said that the reconciliation project was being undermined by two different forces. On one hand, you found that the majority of people, especially Black people, feeling that not enough was being done to change. So that, and the whole terminology that you've heard, Mandela and the ANC sold us out during CODESA, and we are not free, we are better under apartheid, etc. So there's a resentment about the democratic South Africa. But within the white community or the more privileged community, there's resistance to the changes that were being introduced by the democratically elected government. So we call that the triple R, that they affected each other. Then there's the issue of institutional capacity and leadership. Now, I know generally we all complain about the weakness of the state and, and even this was in 2017. So you can imagine, we were really worried about the state at that point. But we realized that apart from the state, there was a challenge of leadership and institutional capacity across the board. Civil society, sports organizations, faith-based organizations, entertainment, wherever you looked, we were not getting the kind of leadership that we thought our country deserved across the board. And, there may have been pockets here and there, but there was little bold, courageous kind of leadership that we had. And the capacity of institutions had been withering away during that period. The third one was social inequality. Now, we always refer to inequality, but the particular overlay of social inequality, especially when it becomes racially defined, was so important. And that the fact that Black people just didn't have the kind of social networks and the kind of social capital that would help us make a difference to lift us out of poverty and the unemployment that people found themselves in was something that was an even stronger phenomenon than just a straight inequality in terms of wages and so forth. So those are the three key driving forces that we eventually arrived at. On that basis, we then produced three scenarios. Now, I think some of you may be familiar with these scenarios. There's a long debate about what name we should give. And this takes up a lot of time when you're doing scenarios. Everyone wants fancy names and things like that. So we eventually decided to name them after popular dance forms. And thank goodness, every time someone has asked me to try and dance one of those dance songs, I've said, no, thank you. I'll leave it to the younger people. So I think Gwara Gwara, as you know, is a dance form, there's a particular movement about it, etc., very jerky and so forth. So in this scenario, it's the ups and downs of a false dawn. Now, you may remember that at the time, as President Ramaphosa was coming in, was being ushered into the presidency before the last elections, there was a thing about a new dawn, etc. And we thought that Gwara Gwara captured the country going into a false dawn, and that what actually happens by 2030 is that many institutions are only partially liberated from state capture, and that some are already recaptured by new elites. So we're saying that post-Zuma, to be quite frank, there would be other elites that would be coming in and they'll be recapturing different institutions. Sounds familiar, I hope, because this is what we're seeing happening at different levels. And then destructive battles within most of the major political parties flare up. And but we feel, according to this scenario, I shouldn't say we feel, according to this scenario, that a coalition government at the national level starts emerging after the 2024 elections, and it survives from 2024 to 2029. And then under this coalition government, many public institutions are returned to some kind of functionality. So, we're saying that this situation gets so worse, people start turning away from the ANC and then looking at other parties, and they come in the 2024 elections and start changing things around. This new coalition reduces the number of provinces to 6. Income inequality continues within this scenario. And post-2024 coalition government is increasingly controlling and individual freedoms are curtailed. Now, this was quite a controversial one because people were saying, oh, well, we kind of seem to think that only the ANC will allow for these individual freedoms to exist. That wasn't the case. What we were saying was that in the Gwara Gwara scenario, things get so bad that people are actually willing to give up certain liberties. And that's the danger we need to be careful of, especially, and I'm well aware that I'm speaking to civil society activists here, that you need to be careful that as things worsen, people think the military is better, or we can do without these freedoms, etc. So that's the kind of scenario that we have. GDP growth 1.5, unemployment never falls below 25% and increases towards the end of the 2020. So that's Gwara Gwara. Then we had Isibujwa, which also is another dance form, and it's an enclave bourgeois nation. So here we're talking about very much the situation that was prevailing in 2017, 2018, where we are finding these two separations of South Africa as being entrenched. And so you have a rapid escalation of social protests, reflecting a growing separation and inequality of South Africans by class and income levels. Market-led intervention in education, health, and the services of state-owned enterprises produce mixed results. So you're finding more and more education and health being privatized. As we know, security also becomes privatized. In this scenario, we found that land reform is rolled out, but there's underinvestment in agriculture, which sees a decline in food production and security. There are unstable and fractious coalitions in government, leading to further erosion of trust in key societal institutions. There's slow but persistent currency depreciation. So we've seen that, I think at that point, we're looking at about 11, 12 rands to the dollar. Now we're about 18 rands to the dollar, growing government borrowing and debt. The GDP averages 2.2 to 2030. So it's kind of around there, but I think the COVID effect knocked another percentage point off that GDP. Unemployment is reduced to about 22% of the workforce. So there's some improvement on bringing down unemployment to some extent by 2030. Then there's the Naile Walk one. And this is the one where the NDP goals are, we're moving towards NDP goals in 2030. But I think, as you know, the Naile Walk is supposed to be a well-coordinated dance. People are, moving in cohesion. It's a nation that comes together. Constitutionality is affirmed, early childhood development programs. And as you saw, that has been moved into the Department of Basic Education during this period. Better resource. I know at the moment, we would say that it's nowhere where it's supposed to be resourced. I think about 2-3% of the education budget goes to early childhood development. TVET colleges in this scenario are overhauled. They produce better artisans. There's a more capable and productive public sector. So I think one of the really important developments that has occurred over the past month or so is the bill that ensures the professionalization of the public service, which ensures DGs to be able to complete their tenure so that there isn't the kind of political interference that we've been seeing between amongst DGs. Faster urban and rural land redistribution, better support for emerging farmers in this scenario. Economic growth is more solid. It begins to move to about 4.5% by 2030. Unemployment rate is reduced by 1%. Global credit ratings upgrade South Africa. Income and wealth inequality is reduced by the end of the 2020s. Was that a pipe dream? Is the question. Because if we look at where we are today, then that's an important question we have to do. So that's in a nutshell, which South Africa we're moving in. So it does sound like Naile Walk was a pipe dream, because if we look at where we are today, we track the different scenarios, which I'll explain to you in a moment. But we feel that the country's actually gotten so bad, even worse than what we described as the worst scenario of Gwara Gwara, into what we're calling Gwara Gwara Plus. So we don't even have a name for the scenario where we are today. And a big part of that I'll be unpacking now to show you how we arrived at that conclusion. So what we did was we developed a barometer to say which direction the country is going in. And that barometer is based on about 55 indicators, about 53 indicators, sorry, there we go. And for each of the different key driving forces. So we track these things every year. We look at a number of sources from Stats SA to the PMI figures, et cetera, to get a sense of which way is the country going. So we follow these indicators. And for the 2022 barometer, as I mentioned, that South Africa is continuing to trend towards Gwara Gwara, the indicators representing social inequality, expressing the daily life of most South Africans are most deeply in the worst case scenario. So we've used green counterintuitively to show Gwara Gwara. Yeah. Most people associate green with something nice and growth, so that, just to keep you awake as the audience, to make sure you're following the color scheme here. So Gwara Gwara is the green. And as you can see that we're really bad in resistance, resentment, etc., institutional capacity. But on social inequality, we are really seeing a terrible situation. Things have worsened. And I'm going to show this in comparison to since we started the barometer. So we launched the scenarios in 2018. We started the barometer in 2019. So we've been doing it every year since then. So this is the 4th year that we have done it. So 2020, just on its own, shows that social inequality has worsened terribly. And these are due to, we're looking at hard kind of indicators, the ones that I showed you earlier. So more than a third of the indicators lie in the deeper green version of Gwara Gwara, which we're calling GG plus, Gwara Gwara plus, the scenario that has no name, which is so bad that we couldn't even imagine it in 2017 that we did that. So that's where we are today. And these are the challenges that we would need to be looking at as civil society as well. So this is what I said, that we've been tracking it since 2019. And in 2019, the Gwara Gwara scenario, according to the indicators, was about 46%. In 2022, we're 64% and getting worse. So we're going into what I call the unknown scenario, GG plus. Even indicators already in Gwara Gwara have continued worsening into GG plus scenario. And then only indicators from 20, okay, so that's, so we have a temperature gauge. Okay, that's an important one. And I kept telling the person who helped us do the slides that that frog looks too friendly. So she was saying, no, it's a frog that's supposed to show that it's in the boiling water and it's getting out. But this frog doesn't, it looks like it's quite happy. So they couldn't find a frog that's really trying to escape the boiling water. But that's what it's meant to show, that we are in this boiling water and we need to get this frog of this nation of ours out of this boiling water. So when will we act is the key question. And I hope that by the end of your conference, you can be answering that. So we then, apart from the hard data that I have just presented, which we use these 53 indicators, we also carry out our own perception survey. So we had about 2,314 respondents for that. And then we asked people, we've been asking them annually, how do we feel about the direction the country is going in? The overall levels of hope remain low, but stable. So in the sense that it's quite similar to where we were last year. People are saying, yeah, hopefully we'll get things right. But if you break it down, institutional capacity and leadership, the respondents in 57%, same as 2020, were saying 57% saying it's gone weaker over the past year. Then social inequality, it will be getting weaker. So we asked them to look forward to the next year. Social inequality is increasing, and that is unsurprising given the data that we had. And then resentment gone slightly higher as well compared to last year. In 2021, it was 35%. So social resistance, resentment is now 39%. People are seeing, and I'm sure in your daily, I think, as you know, people that put all this data together always say, don't depend on anecdotal evidence, your day-to-day evidence. But I often say that your day-to-day evidence often shows the bigger trends. And I'm sure you're seeing this kind of resentment, this kind of inability for racial groups to come together, where, let alone racial groups, but even people from different class divides coming together, etc. So that triple R indicates that things are getting worse. So who will take us forward? In the past 12 months, did you feel that the country was going in the right direction or the wrong direction? Most said the wrong direction. Some things were going right, and then a few said the right direction. Which scenario do you foresee in the next 12 months? As you can see, the number of people that we're saying we're going towards Gwara Gwara, and this is perception surveys, not the data that we use, has increased over the past few years. So that's the kind of trend line that we're talking about. And then we broke this down in terms of income, generation, and gender. Women, females, self-identifying as females remain in that green group. They feel that we're in a situation where it's gonna go in the wrong direction. So as I said, the top one, the yellowish group is Naile Walk, the middle one is Isibushwa, and the green one is Gwara Gwara. So generations, again, the under 20, you had probably the highest number of people feeling hopeful amongst the under 20s. We almost said, what are they smoking? What are they on at the moment? But we realized that if you're young, you have to be hopeful. You just got to say, look, I'm going to do things on my own. I'm going to sort things out. I'm going to go out. I'm going to find a job, etc., etc. The 50 and above, which is, I think, most of us on the podium, I don't want to take any chances with Sizakela's age, but those of us would say, we think they're in the Gwara Gwara territory. Things are really going bad. It's going to get worse. Income groups, again, the income groups at the high end were the ones that were not all that hopeful, and very much in Gwara Gwara territory. And then those that were, the other way around, those that were in the lower end group were quite unhopeful about the way things would go. In terms of provinces, that gives you a sense of the kind of differentiation amongst provinces, etc. I have shared the slide, so I'd ask the colleagues if you can pass it around because I'm rushing through some of it. But you can break it down to the provinces you come from or the provinces you're working in, and you get a sense of where people are. and that compares it to the national average as well. Okay, so have a look at that. That's a fair amount of detail. So the question I want to, before I go to the last part of my presentation, is how do we get from here to a socially cohesive South Africa? I want to feed that into your deliberations for today. So what we've done since then is that we then, in last year, so having started the project in 2017, we then said, look, there have been a lot of changes in the world. You've had COVID-19 in the country, you've had the July 21 uprisings, you've had global rivalry intensifying, you've had Brexit, you've had all kinds of things happening. You've had the ongoing charge of technology, 4IR, et cetera, et cetera. So we said, whereas the 2017 scenarios were very internally focused, we're asking what would social cohesion look like in 2030? We said, look, the world has changed and maybe we should look at a new set of scenarios. So I want you to keep this in mind, that this is the scenarios we're working with at the moment. But I want to bring you, this is the trailer almost for the next scenario that we are developing, which hopefully will be launched in April 2023. So we followed the same route. We interviewed across the board. We even used a number of new methods that we learned and improved on from the previous sessions. And this is the variables. And we asked, the key question we asked this time is, what would South Africa look like in 2035? So the previous one was, what would a socially cohesive South Africa look like by 2030? Now we are, the current one that we're engaging in asks, what would South Africa look like in 2035? And so we bring that because it gives you a state-of-the-art sort of analysis as well as to the kind of current issues that you are dealing with, that you have to deal with. Okay, so the variables that we then arrived at, I'm sorry this is quite small, but just to give you a quick idea of the kind of areas that we need to be looking at. But again, civil society features quite strongly there. We talk a lot more of the global impact on South Africa. So that's quite small. Again, you can read that at your own leisure, but I want to focus on the next one, that we then took those variables and we asked people to measure them against impact and uncertainty. So impact would say, given that we're trying to look at which variables would impact on South Africa by 2035, which one will have the highest impact? And then we said, okay, if you have that, then which ones are we most uncertain about? So uncertainty is important in this methodology. We're trying to reduce uncertainties. We're trying to say, okay, these are the uncertainties we should really focus on. And this is what we arrived at then. So that gives you a sense of what the different variables look like against their numbering. So when you're reading it at your leisure, when you're looking at this graph, just go back to the previous one, which lists them according to their numbers then. But just to give you a sense then that for our scenarios, we usually focus on the high impact, high uncertainty variables, and those are the ones, and this describes it. So what we're saying is if you look at South Africa into 2035, there's a number of contradictory kind of variables, and that's the nature of the methodology. Reality is not black and white. It's kind of grays and contradictions, things moving in different directions. But one of the ones, the high impact one, variable 3, was democratic institutions and procedures largely remain valued by South Africans, but there are risks to the continued protection. As you can imagine, very important for civil society to keep that in mind in working out where we work. Then South Africa experienced a deepening fiscal crisis. So you can imagine what that means. As you already know, there's been debates about the current medium-term budget policy statement that Minister Godongwana presented. Is it an austerity budget? Is it taking money away from social services? There's an extension of the SRD into March 2024. Was that linked to the elections? Isn't that very close to the elections? Elections should be in April 2024. So was that a populist move to make sure that people are getting their grants at that point? So what would the fiscal crisis look like? And then the kind of what the comrades Vavi called the class of 96, the whole present economic framework fails to generate growth and employment, resulting in persistence of poverty and inequality. So saying that the framework hasn't changed since GEAR, and when and how should we be challenging it? The state faces a continued crisis of weak leadership impacting on its ability to take decisions and drive policies, and the economy and livelihoods remain impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, with an expansion of the informal economy and the need for rebuilding of cultural and other industries. So these are the ones that ended up in high impact, high uncertainty. So we then went through a lot of discussions and we brought in all the other variables that we're saying that would impact. And we've now ended up with, it's just a coincidence, three key drivers again. That wasn't meant to be three key drivers. In fact, if you're doing scenarios, the ideal scenario is two key drivers, but we ended up with three. But hopefully you would agree that these would be the three that will be impacting on South Africa going forward. The one is the low economic growth trap. There's no doubt that we're stuck in this sort of minus to about maybe 2% if we're lucky kind of thing. Given the commodity boom, we're beginning to see improvements in revenue, therefore improvement in GDP, etc. So the adherence to the framework fails to generate employment, livelihoods remain impacted. At the same time, there is a conducive environment for business which cultivates expansion of new business, promotes investment. So we're saying that there are movements in place to ensure that we secure and attract investment. Technologies and innovations present opportunities, but are not maximized or managed for the benefit of all, and we witness an increasing digital divide. So the two economies of the two nations remain. So the privileged, and that becomes a more non-racial privilege, are more into IT and AI, etc. Whereas those that are excluded through schooling or location, where they live, etc., remain out of that privileged position. Ultimately, South Africa's economic fortunes remain dependent on global geopolitics and international diplomatic and trade relations. So we're going to depend a lot more on where the economy is going globally to shape how we're going to recover. Now, that's a bad place to be in, because if you've got a strong economy, you can withstand those kind of international pressures. So that's the KDF one. The second one is more focus, unlike the previous one, more focus on the state and the declining democratic accountability and weakening sovereignty. So we're saying a lot of that deals with the state. So whereas in the past we spoke about institutional capacity and leadership, a lot of it stems from the state. Continued leadership weakness, provision of public services continue disintegrating with weak municipal government capacity immediately felt by citizens. Democratic institutions and procedures remain largely valued. As I said, there's declining accountability and social responsibility of the private sector. And I think there's an important one to insert, especially for civil society, that it's easy to focus on the state. They have to account, they out there, they have to give annual reports, there's ministers, etc. The private sector would love to have your kind of gaze on it so that it's more accountable to what it does in terms of environment, economic empowerment, redressing gender, just generally equity at the workplace, etc. A culture of corruption and unaccountability undermines a collective project for a common good, emphasizing the need for strong ethical leadership to emerge. Politics remains driven by party politics and rivalries rather than policies and solutions. And we just passed Ekurhuleni. We saw the kind of drama that goes on in these places, so we know what we're talking. There's emergence of new local and global security threats. So with the weakening of the state, like any body whose own antibodies are weakened, this place becomes a hunting ground for gangsters and foreign armies and that kind of thing. So we need to keep that in mind, that this is what happens when your state weakens. The third and last one, and this is the last slide, the KDF3 is internal security is threatened by anger, distrust, and factors such as resistance to renewal. So this trauma that we talked of a lot in the previous scenarios continues. So there's high youth unemployment leading to social dislocation, alienation. There's anger and distrust manifesting the persistence of a violent society, and the rise of identity politics, often narrow ethnic politics. So, you've kind of want to only associate with your Sepedis, I'd rather hang out with you, support you in the election campaign, et cetera, with high probability of continued social unrest. So we're saying that July 2021 hovers around us all the time. It's very possible that it's going to happen again, but we've already seen that there have been lots of little such displays of unrest as well. Historic trauma and the depth of woundedness impact national cohesion, psychological well-being, and the institution of the family. Society remains fractured with the absence of spaces and political will to build social cohesion. Although civil society continues holding the state to account, without meaningful inclusion of youth voices and perspectives, there is increasing risk of citizen passivity and disengagement. So when I look around, I mean, I also wonder, where are the young voices? Are they adequately being mainstreamed and centered in our considerations? So this is an important thing that impacts not only formal politics, but also civil society, and we need to keep looking at that. The issue of immigration control and inter-regional migration of people remains contentious, with migrants facing continued vulnerability and scapegoating for all kinds of problems that we face. There's lack of progress on land reform and restitution. The ANC is still characterized by intra-party conflict and factionalism, undermining public confidence, generating political instability, and increasing the complex nexus of party, government, and state. So I'm going to leave you with those three key drivers. So we're currently working with those three key drivers, and we're developing a set of scenarios. As I said, that those scenarios will be launched in April 2023. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor.
You can call me Abba.
Oh, am I allowed to do that?
Yes, absolutely. I wonder who you talk to, you call me doctor.
Okay, no, I was just respecting the title. I would love that you can share it with me. I'll definitely gladly put it next to my name.
Okay.
From the presentation, I'm sitting here and 1,000 thoughts are running through my mind. And I think it is the same thing happening with you as we are seated there. Can I just give maybe just a round of hands where you will share with us what is it that is emerging for you from the presentation that encourages you to unmute towards taking action for a common goal for social change? Just what is it from this presentation? What is it that has emerged from you, which says, as I'm sitting here, I really want to unmute and take action towards social change? I'll take just a few round of hands. And secondly, from that, my colleagues will help me with the hands. Also from Zoom, those that are monitoring Zoom, can you also check if there is an input from Zoom so that because we are all together in this session. First hand, it's there, my brother who has a mic. Maybe you can also come and take this one here. Oh, at the back.
I'll take
Maybe
it.
if you share your input, just introduce yourself by name and organization where you are coming from, including the province. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Molweni, good morning to everyone. My name is Nongna Domatobedu. I'm the General Secretary at Equal Education. So we've also participated in the Indrolamti scenarios, you know? And it's been a good platform for young people to contribute to that kind of thinking. So I endorse the idea. It was hard because you added something to your bio. So we try to listen to the inputs with like an objective lens. But there's three things that I'm already thinking and I wanted to put to you, into the room really. The one thing is that I wanted to ask these scenarios, what is the, I understand the idea of putting together a social compact by relying on these different sectors of society, but who are you trying to convince? You know, I don't know, other than us getting back those scenarios and being smaller conversations like this, do they influence policy? Do you take them to government for consideration? How do you convene business and commit them to some of the things that come out of here? And do they make their ways to the ivory towers? Are the institutions of learning and higher education in South Africa considering these issues when they think about curricula and the kind of skills that we're trying to build and critical thinking we're building in young people? And then my second is that there was a slide, the Guara slide, version 1. There was a 0.3 that felt to me had a bit of a dissonance to 0.5. So the illusion that we can in fact build capable institutions inside government in our state. But on the other hand, that the promise that these coalition governments will inevitably consolidate power amongst them and take away power further and sort of polarize society. So I wondered what you thought about that. And then the one thing that I do want to offer is that I don't think there'll ever come a time, and this is because we've come out of 2020, we've come out of the insurrections of last year. I don't think there'll ever come a time where Black communities in South Africa rely on the army for protection. We already have massive issues around repression in civil society and in our own communities of mistrust, even in SAPs. You know? So that's unlikely, and I would rather we don't even carry that narrative because it's dangerous. The last point is around the 3 Rs. So when you were sharing around the 53 indicators, I wanted to challenge Ndlulamthi to add youth participation under the very first one. I mean, you've mentioned it, but it does feel like a byproduct of something we should be saying right now. But if we're looking to revitalize democracy, not the ANC, then a youth participation is crucial to that story. And then KDF3, the last slide there, just a rewording of that title. I don't think there's resistance to renewal, but it's not going to look like what the ANC envisions. We've got a completely different idea of the type of world we want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. I've got.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Yaqub. It's a very, very interesting presentation. My name is Feriel Domingo, and I'm from an organization based in Cape Town called Inyatelo. And so really interesting for me is, you know, the thing that went through my head is, who is the audience of this research that you've just presented, and what and where does it feed into? It seems pretty high level. You know, the nonprofit sector is often being thought of as not coming together. We have issues of being perceived as, you know, there's a lack of leadership. We're struggling to pull and keep things together at best, and the last 3 years have certainly shown how daunting it has been for the non-profit sector to stay above the water. And I personally don't know how to access this sort of information. And so how does this make it into our strategy formulation in terms of how we become stronger as a sector based on the kind of information and data that you've just shared? And my final comment is, when you say the young voices, where are they? Well, the only thing that went through my head is the young voices need jobs. And to bring them together and give them a conference bag and 2 nights of accommodation and a flight, they're going to go home and there's still no job. And so, you know, what are we going to do about that? And I know that we need their voices, but damn it, we need jobs. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Glenn and the lady next to Glenn and a gentleman here with the wife. Then we'll close this first set of hands with the young lady there.
Good morning. Thank you very much for a very, very, very good presentation. My name is Colette Letlojane. I'm with the Human Rights Institute of South Africa. And there's quite a number of issues that really touch me. And one of is that I feel that, you know, we have left, you know, those marginalized, you know, the people on the ground. There is a huge gap between ourselves as well, civil society, the operations of civil society, actually, we have opened up room for the Guaraguaras and some of the scenarios you elaborated, because if civil society is not united, we are not speaking with one voice. There's distortion, there's others that are being taken advantage of, because these, the Guaraguaras, they've got different scenarios. We ended up seeing the poverty-stricken communities, being used as some of the tools, instruments of destruction, because we have left. Because now, if your human dignity is reduced to that level, you are ignored, you are undermined, the society does nothing. And you find yourself in that vulnerable condition whereby you become part and parcel of the destruction. Now, yesterday we listened as well, and one of the issues that came out is we need to do things differently. We need to find new strategies, because the animal we are trying to, dismantle or to attack is very empowered. You even see the mechanisms we have, even the constitution is questioned. Is this instrument powerful enough to overcome the problems that we have? We've been asked, what have we done with our constitution? We have, the strength of the constitution has been removed, it's weakened every time. So I feel that we need to do self-reflection as well as the civil society. The people that are advocating, that are bringing change to the institutions, to the political parties, leading parties, that we need to ensure the huge gap that is open where there's vulnerability, where there's I don't want to say polarization, but there's fertile land, fertile land for all what we are seeing, and where we see ourselves being vulnerable ourselves. We became so mute that these issues have become difficult. Regarding the research, I do agree with the previous speaker, and I want us as civil society to use the instrument of documentation. We have not been documenting, putting our own researches as civil society, and making sure that our issues are driven by the very same voices. I do not represent a voice from those areas where we are talking about, but themselves, they take charge, they lead in some of this. The last point is, we have not done enough to deal with the past. We are wounded as society. We still suffering from unfinished business. When are we going to speak about that, pain that most of us, we still need healing. We are not being healed, we are suffering, and the GBV is the manifestation of some of the anger and the sickness that we see in our country. Thank you very much.
He is coming, she will come, then it will be the last first sets of hand, then you will respond, and then I'll look at this side and take the final sets of hands for this session. Thank you for this for this speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dumelang, Malweni, the rest of the civil society family. My name is Clayton Wadrif. I am the General Secretary for New Bronville, which is a youth empowerment and community development NPO in Welkom in the Free State. New Bronville being a moniker on New Jerusalem or the New South Africa, which is a vision that we believe in. And I want to mention that we started this organization in 2008 when I was still myself a youth. We were a group of youth starting it because we could see that situations, the socioeconomic situation was already dire in our community. So we decided, let's take things in our own hands so that we can develop ourselves. And I'm still here 13 years later. I'm beyond the youth bracket. I'm in the missing middle bracket now. I'm 42 years old, but I still lead a youth cohort in my community and in my province because it's something I'm very passionate about. Just to answer Mem as well, I didn't go into the job thingy because we could see if I go into a job to get a job, a lot of our young people would still suffer because not everyone can be absorbed. So I'm working on to solve this problem from a civil society perspective. I think we can agree that we are in a crisis. It's clear that we are in a crisis. I give a serious commendation to Kagiso Trust for convening this session. It is so overdue. Civil society has been made vulnerable. You know, they have been disempowered over all the years. We are fast heading to becoming a failed state. That is the reality of our country right now. I love the saying that says overcoming poverty and building a better South Africa. That is the main objective of civil society. We are the final bastions of this democracy. Politics has failed us dismally. Unfortunately, we've had hope in some political leaders to make things better, but I mean, just the past year has broken that illusion that we've had, and it's clear that we're rushing to a failed state. Civil society is the actual manifestation of the people shall govern. Civil society is intentionally being disempowered by the political system because they know if civil society is going to get empowered, they will be displaced, and rightfully so. Especially civil society being dependent on government organizations like social development. Social development and other government departments are not keen to support civil society because unless they are connected to their officials who will get back pays from those funding that happens. And we are hollowed out like that. And it's being done intentionally so because the politicians know that it's either that for them to survive, or if they give over the resources, then they will be displaced. It is a sad situation where our country, and this is what civil society must advocate for, that our country's resources are exclusively held in the hands of the political class, whereas it's supposed to be the other way around. And as long as we are going to be, you know, just tied to always walk to government knocking on their door to give us support, they are not going to do it, especially since they hold all the resources to them. The country and this wealth belongs to everybody here.
Thank you.
So I just to round off, ma'am, I think what we must focus on is a funding model for civil society that is decoupled from the political sectors, from government departments. As long as we are going to be dependent on government departments to fund us, it will not happen because there's an intention for them not to support us. Number two, I think civil society must focus on community development, community by community, right? We must work on bettering our communities, community by community. Wherever you are, make your community better. And it should focus on stuff like food security. To break poverty, people just need to eat. It's not a question of you having to have money. If you eat, if you don't sleep hungry at night, at least that's a big step in the right direction. Our education has to be switched over to allow us to get into the new economy. And we must focus, we must reorientate our communities to climate change, because climate change is now a big issue. So I just wanted to leave it at that. Yeah, for time's sake.
Thank you. Thank you. And can I also request that when you are speaking, could you kindly stand up because the cameras are finding it difficult to start searching for you within the audience. So if you are talking, can you just stand? And I also request that for the purpose of you getting a proper feedback from the questions, can we try to shorten the preambles? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khomatakang Kadimang, and I'm the founder of Omang. I would like to comment on the part of youth unemployment because that's our greatest challenge in South Africa as young people. Our youth, they are job seekers, they have lack of experience and they are unskilled. I strongly believe that youth entrepreneurship is the key to empower our young people to be innovative, skilled, and create jobs. The youth in South Africa need a great deal of monetary empowerment, especially from the government. It is also fundamental that the South African curriculum should as well be revised so that more emphasis is put onto encouraging vocational education skills empowerment so that
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm an introvert, so speaking like this is difficult for me. So I was saying that our South African curriculum should as well be revised so that more emphasis is put onto encouraging vocational educational skills, empowerment, so that our youth can become job creators than job seekers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. This is a great step to unmuting. And before maybe you come on stage to respond to this first set of questions, can I also share comments that are coming from Zoom? Ivan Steenkamp says, civil society has lost traction after 1994. We lost a bit of zeal and fighting powers. Some civil society organizations got consumed in the political battles and factions. And One Africa Foundation says, unmuting because silence in these troubled times will sink us all further into the EPSI and the Ubuntu that has brought us thus far as humanity, as Africa, as South Africa, as cultures, as families, as people. As a young entrant into the civil world, we quote the following two late great advocates for justice and equality. The first one, it's from Martin Luther King. I open quotes. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter, close quote. The second one, it's from Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, open quotes. It is never my custom to use words lightly. If 27 years in prison have done anything to us, it was to use the silence of solitude to make us understand how precious words are and how real speech is in its impact on the way people live and die. Close quote. Ivan Steenkamp came back again and say, the possible solution is let civil society reclaim their rightful position in society. Let civil society respond to the current topical issues like social entrepreneurship, the social economy, the secular economy in terms of the just energy transition. Makuma Kliani said it is imperative that civil society organizes itself as a starting point. Thank you. Can you come through then? The next round, I'll just finish off with the set of round from this side, then we'll close the session for this current speaker. Thank you.
So thank you, colleagues and comrades. Very useful feedback. And I think I'm glad to have to come face to face with our colleagues from Equal Education who are involved in the project as well. As you know, that there are a number of researchers that were involved, and they were all interviewing different individuals and so forth. So I often say I'm the pretty face at the end of the scenarios. So this is when you must say, yes, I do have a pretty face. But they're the gray cells. They're the ones that take the research, the data, et cetera, and they put it together, et cetera. So I think the kind of comments that you've got, I will certainly pass it on. And then I'm going to comment on 2 or 3 things. But I think the one thing, and maybe firstly, I think this initiative is laudable. I think Kagiso Trust trying to bring all the civil society organizations is really important. And a civil society for me has been an important learning school. For when I started off as a young person in the 80s, late 70s, early 80s, I was involved in, I come from Durban, from eThekwini. I was involved in housing issues, the boycotting of SAIC, et cetera, was all made possible by organizations of NGOs that were based on the ground. I think an important question we need to ask ourselves is to what extent is civil society rooted in those constituencies and communities we're supposed to be representing and serving? And I think that's an important question when we look at, for example, analyze July 2021, what was the role of civil society in that process there? If we say that we lost a whole lot of leadership in 1994, does that mean that 30 years later, we haven't been able to create new sets of leadership? So I think we need to be frank about ourselves, that we can't just keep blaming other people and, saying, oh, we can't do this, we can't do that, et cetera. So really, after almost 30 years, we have, in fact, good, strong leaders, and we need to keep building them. The issue of social compacting, as I said, we facilitate the discussions, and the question was asked about who are the audiences for this kind of presentations. So we do the research and we avail the research, and then we try and make sure that it's used. And it's up to you after this presentation also, it'll be up to you how you use it. We would like you to say, okay, if that's the kind of issues and if that's the analysis that's coming out, how do we respond? And that's why I liked your question, program director, like what actions do we take in response to this reality that we're seeing around ourselves? And so what we have found is that different institutions have used the scenarios in different ways. So we have presented across the board to political parties, we've presented to corporates, government departments, etc., parliament, and so forth. So some organizations have taken it quite directly into their strategic planning process. So they've said, okay, if these are the scenarios, how do we respond as an institution or even a firm and decide what responses should we have? Because we're getting an idea of where things are going and how to respond. So that's been our audiences. Now, I know people say, oh, well, will the go-go in Soweto understand this, etc. And it's true, it's high level. But that doesn't mean that we can't get people at grassroots level to understand this. So I personally presented at community level. We did a really good exercise in Helenvale in PE, outside Rebecca, which gave me a lot of comfort that this method can be used at the most grassroots level as you can, where we got community organizers together and we said, okay, these are the scenarios we're looking at. How will that impact on you? So I often say that it's not the go-go in Soweto, wherever she may find herself, it's a very famous go-go that everyone talks about. I'd like to meet her someday. It's not her fault. It's our fault that we make sure that it's done in a way that people can access it and can engage with it, etc. And you don't have to be patronizing in doing it, because I think everyone brings their own intellect into the process. And especially if you've been an activist, you don't need a PhD or a degree or anything to be able to unpack these complex issues. I'm sure most of you understood that and could relate to it. And you can then also present it and use it in your organization. So the audience has largely been at that level, but we want to get in more at the level of activists and people that make policy and decision making, etc. So that's the one part. On the social compacting, the role we're playing is that we've been pulling together thinking on that. As I say, we try and get research and thinking around these things, and we then push for people, and then we then avail our understanding. So For example, we've been asked by different government departments to come in and assist with particular sector, or NEDLAC has asked us to assist us in developing a long-term vision for NEDLAC, given our background in this scenario, because they were saying that we've had whatever 25, 30 years of NEDLAC. What should the next 30 years look like for NEDLAC? So that's how we've been using this, the whole thing of our thinking around social compacting. Now, I know social compacting gets a bad name because the president announced in February that within 100 days, there will be a social compact. And I thought, oh my God, you don't, you don't give a deadline like that. And then because of our expertise as the Mapungubwe Institute, on the 95th day, we were approached by the presidency and said, please help us put the social compacting together. I'm being quite frank with you, comrades, because I think some of the things need to be understood about the frustration we have as well in trying to get this. And we told them, when the president announced the 100 days, no one believed him anyway. No one's counting, no one's even bothering about whether the social compact. So just put your hands under your backside and let that 100-day pass. And if you really want something concrete to be done, we can find it. No, we've got to have a document. So we produced a document under tremendous haste. And then naturally, no one bothered. Nothing happened. Nothing's happened since then. And that was like a few months ago. So the social compacting thing for us as an institute, as MISTRA, is more rich at the local level. So we've been working with particular communities, bringing them together and looking at how social compacting can happen. So we bring the local government in, we bring in local leadership, we bring in private sector, etc. And we see firsthand the kind of corruption that exists, that people, especially local government, are not interested unless they know what's in it for them personally at the council level. So these are the challenges we continue facing. And then I think the comment my colleague made from Equal Education about renewal, we use the word deliberately because, as you can imagine, we spend a lot of time trying to arrive at these things after, I mean, the words that we have before we actually come to a paragraph are like pages. So we knew the ANC is talking about its renewal, but we also wanted renewal to be understood as a broader project of the society. And that's the thing we're referring to here, so South African renewal at a broader level. And we will use that because it gets the kind of response it does. That, you know, you're talking about the ANC or not, and you allow us to explain it, and then we say we're talking about South Africa. And the last couple of questions, I think there's some really interesting things that we could look at, but I think on the constitutional issue, before the constitution, for me, an important role civil society should be playing is changing the political culture of this country. So we've become, all the political parties across the board have lost touch with grassroots, or if they do, then if they do involve them, they involve them in a very formalistic kind of process. And that's when you find that communities that used to be participants in their own future and shaping their own future were unable to. And that's why I like the example of the comrade from Welcome, that you're taking things in your own hand. We're not going to be able to depend on Pretoria or Bloemfontein to deliver. We've got to take things in our own hand. At the same time, we need to put the pressure on Pretoria to deliver. So it should work together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. In case maybe you still want to get further clarity during tea time, you can still engage the doctor. I will also request, or Isaiah already here, I was going to ask Cassius because he's on this. Where's the other mic? Because they were two. I'm done with this side and sorry that the train has passed. I am now on this side. If time allows, I'll come back again. But can we start here? I've got, is your hand down now? Or it's you? There's the gentleman, it's one. You are two, ma'am. You are three. You are four. You are five. Oh, the additional three, we'll see. Let's start with the first five. Yes. Don't worry.
Option. Ni rhandza ku mi pfuxela hinkwenu. I will use my home language ku ri ni ta kota ku twala kahle. So loko mi nga swi twisisi va ta mi translator lava swi tivaka. Tinyiko Bawa Valoyi ni huma Limpopo a Phalabura under Mopani district. So hina challenge yikulu ngopfu. Phalabura hina 4 mines ku nga PMC, Foscor, Bosveld na Stibian mine. Mara ka community ya hina special youth a va hi pfuni nchumu. Loko va lava ku thola vanhu lava sukaka kule va ri va na ti-qualification. Hina to ti-qualification mara va ri va lava experience. Hi ya yi kuma kwini experience? I xivutiso xa ku sungula. Question number 1. Hi ya yi kuma kwini experience? Number 2, hi kombela Department of Education yi cinca system ya yoho because ya feyila hi mhaka ya ku ri ku na vanhu van'wana they are good ka swilo swa mitirho ya mavoko va ti endlela mara a va yangi xikolweni va ti tirhela mara hina va ku hi ye xikolweni a hi pfuneki ka nchumu. So hi kombela ku ri at least va endla ti-trainings ta mahala ti tala Phalabura, Giyani, Tzaneen ku ri na hina hi kota ku endla mitirho ya mavoko because xikolweni yini mara a hi kumi mitirho. Loko hi ya somewhere va ri va lava experience. Where can we get experience? Hi nga se tshama hi tirha helo. So hi kombela mi cinca system ya n'wina va ka education. Hi kombela please, hi kombela ku assistiwa. Ku na vantshwa vo tala va sungule mabindzu hi karhi ha va motivate mara a va kumi funding. Hi kombela ku ta funding hala Phalabura hala hi tshika funding yo helela kwala Johannesburg. Hi kombela na le Limpopo please. Inkomu.
Thank you. I know my colleague Isabella comprehend the language, but what I got there, where you will add and correct, is that the youth in your area does not get work opportunities because they say they lack experience. And where will they get experience if they are not getting some opportunities? And the second one was directed to the Department of Education. I know we've got colleagues from there in relation to how they can make the program of teacher assistant better to also accommodate young people, especially in your area, to upskill them whilst they are there, and also provide funding for those that want to start up something. I'm not sure if I've got it right. Funding in Limpopo, yes. Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. I just wanted to say a very brief thing about the political culture. It's not just political culture, even at our social level. The culture, even at the economic level, the culture is very patriarchal and toxic. And it does not encourage community participation. And it is quite paradoxical in the sense that these CSOs, these NGOs, these NPOs, most of them are established by women because they want to respond to the issues that are occurring in front of them. In fact, I call this myself systemic GBV because you find it everywhere, whether you're in school, in the church, in courts, in parliament, everywhere. We've got a system that is very, very much against women. And also, I will add, because the youth as well is very much, all the systems are antagonistic against youth, women, and children. So I want to make a recommendation that I hope will carry beyond this particular gathering. We need to put women in leadership because most of the time, when women are not being driven by men whispering in their ears, when women are leading from the heart, they are leading on behalf of the others, the community. That is why we even have a saying which says, educate a woman, educates a nation. Now let us make sure that we put more women in leadership to clean up the corruption. I mean, we've got a case here of a woman who's in hiding because she reported the corruption of the police in Northern Cape, but no one wants to help her. And she has reported from the lowest level to the highest level. All that because we have allowed ourselves to be dominated by one gender when we should have been working side by side. So I'm urging you all to take this message, elect women, appoint women. They will clean up.
Thank you. I hope it's loud and clear. Come 2024, women are most in numbers in these congresses, and they will do the right thing. They are the ones who elect men, so we want to change their mind. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ntombizandile Ntombela. I am from the Eastern Cape Province. I'm working in the remotest areas of the province, the places at the borders of the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Lesotho, where we work with virgin communities. You know, yesterday I slept dumbfounded when I realized that, you know, the issues that we see out there have been surfaced. We thought that no one sees these things. Because we see people quiet, we see the country going to the drain, but we were very happy yesterday. I cannot forget my brothers and my sisters, even the ones who did poetry here. They surfaced everything. And then Jonas, you know, also said a lot of things. I had a lot in my book. I've written a lot. I'm happy even by now. In fact, I'm excited to find out that, you know, it's not that people are quiet, but they were trying to find out strategies to surface these things. So I'm happy that they are out there now. Things that are so real out there, you know, have been surfaced. Okay, now the question says, why do I need to unmute towards taking action? I like this question, because really we were seated out there, not knowing what to do, seeing that there is an action that needs to be taken, but by who, when, how? So I'll just be very brief. For instance, if we have a leadership or government that is weak, then it means now, as ordinary people, we have to take action. We can't be quiet. Because if government is weak, then there's confusion in the whole country. Everyone will be confused. Why should we be quiet? Why should we just be quiet? So that's one of the reasons I felt that we need to unmute. And secondly, if we are quiet, in fact, that I'm seeing already, we are also captured by the state if we're quiet. Institutions out there are captured. Young people, old people, and everyone out there, we are captured already. So this action that we need to take, you know, is urgent. Otherwise, we will go to the drain ourselves. We will take the country to the drain if we are quiet. We don't take action about this. One other thing is the issues of governance that were mentioned here yesterday. I'm sure even in the presentations. And so the presentation that was done this morning, you know, in the aspect of development, 3 role players are key. That is government, private sector, and civil society. And these 3 role players have different roles to play. Government must put conducive policies that will make me do my work out there. following the policies that are documented by government. In fact, I should be part of that policy development process because I'm working on the issues out there. The people are sitting in the offices in Pretoria, do not know what is happening in the remote places, you're in the villages that I've mentioned to you. They don't know. Now for them to document conducive policies, I have to be part of policy development. I can't be sitting out there.
Thank you, ma'am. Ungasayimoshi sizonika nabanye ithuba.
Okay.
Ngicela incwadi ungasayifundi yonke le asidlulisele kwabanye.
Okay.
Let's give the others. Yeah.
Stage weakness, some resistance to renewal. I think I need to take action because nobody seems to rescue the situation. And then lastly, my role as an NGO, I mean, as a civil society, is to facilitate social and political integration on the ground. But that role is hijacked because the roles are confused. Government is not doing what they're supposed to do. The private sector, you know, all these three different roles. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. And now that I'm going to the gentleman, I will just Glenn, there were these two hands there. These other ones would yes. So gentlemen, can you be gentlemen and be short?
I shall try. Good morning, everyone. My name is Itubeleng Tsepatau from Bloemfontein in the Free State, and from an organization called Med Agency for Development, and METAD for short. I hope everyone can hear me. All right, Dr. Omar, I just have two questions for you. The first, I believe you said you began your looking at your scenarios in the year 2017. Now, looking at the last, I believe, 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic is considered to have pushed the world about 2 to 3 years ahead in terms of, digital advancements, and also further perpetuates inequality. What I want to understand is going into next year and looking at your next scenarios, how are you going to be structuring your scenarios, understanding that your plans have been pushed forward maybe 2 to 3 years? My next question is related to the issue of reconciliation. How do you look at the issue of culture? By this, I don't necessarily speak to the issue of the cultural sector, which you were speaking about, which you believe, needs to be reinvigorated. But the cultural identity of the country. I mean, South Africa is famously considered to be a country of 3 different countries, one for the elites, one for the middle, and one for, the broader range of people who live within this country. And with this, we understand that each might have its own cultural identity. How do we look at sort of unifying these into one national culture, especially when considering, trying to reconcile each other and looking at the issue of social cohesion?
Thank you.
I promise I'm going to be short. In my unmuting, I hope I do not disrespect everyone. Please note that it's in full respect of you all. But I do have a challenge around this issue of renewal. And I think the dominance of the ANC and us not recognizing that that is the problem. That is part of our problem as civil society. And it has been for years now. Post-democracy, it was grassroots organizations, street committees, advice offices, and so on that were closing and branches opening of that political party. And I think there's a huge challenge here on us as civil society grappling with the fact that we do have some association in many instances, but renewal has to look at full democratic renewal. And I think Ngero was alluding to this, because it's a worry that if we are going to be building this collective voice and common ground, it needs to recognize that all of us are in a situation because of particular groupings and people who have allowed us to get here. And to find solutions, I do think we mustn't be caught up in the same kind of traditional modes that I think I've seen emerge in just, from yesterday. And I want us to be more disruptive in our thinking, because I worry that if we're not disruptive, we're just going to adopt the same approach and try to window dress these big issues. Thank you.
Thank you. The first set of hands, they were so generous that they were having comments more than questions. Then I will allow last five that I'm closing with. I'm starting with the lady here, and number two, it will be on Tessa, and the lady next to you, the gentleman there, it's 3, 4. You all know the hands are now many. Colleagues, somehow we have to close the session, so I will just use my powers that are vested in me. But for now, let's take you, ma'am, here. Then it will be Tessa, the lady next to Tessa, the gentleman in that, those two gentlemen in that table, and we'll take it from there. Yes, ma'am, you can. Please, can we try to cut the preambles and just go straight to the question or comment? Thank you.
Moroma Africa. I would firstly like to say we must have honest discussions, because the other fingers are pointing at us. We've got a sickness of patriarchal gatekeepers in our society. We've got a sickness of classism and a tendency of other people who are looking down at other people. Like, for instance, when I'm referring to patriarchy, I'm referring to women. There are women who are gatekeepers of patriarchy. Like, for instance, the doctor spoke about the reconciliation, because at the TRC commission, there was nothing like reconciliation. People were forced, actually, by the tradition and the religion part of it. And the tradition and religion are also promoting patriarchy amongst us as South Africans. And there's another sickness which we call cadre deployment. And that's the reason our kids today are without jobs and they are qualified. People who are cadre deployed, some of them don't even have those qualifications. We must talk truth to power. We are sick and tired of being suffocated. South African women cannot breathe because of the silence and silencing of our voices, because our women are being killed and raped. That should come to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tessa Dooms. I am here in 2 roles, really. One is I'm the director of an organization called Rivonia Circle, and the other is I'm a trustee at the Kagiso Trust. So in the name of disclaimers, let's start with disclaimers. So for my part, just a few provocations. The first is that when we looked at those scenarios, the question that seemed to prompt the scenarios was around social cohesion and how we create a more cohesive society. And I think that what we need to do to get to a more cohesive society, the conversation we need to have, is what is the national question that will bring us together? What's the national question that will allow us to, in one or other way, put aside sometimes the things that we are busy with on a daily basis and all go together in the same direction and push together. I wasn't old enough during apartheid to have been part of the liberation movement. But as Irfan properly said, the liberation movement, in my understanding, was not about political parties who were seeking political office, leading and governing, or leading the society to them governing themselves. It was about society deciding about what kind of society we want to be. And I think our national question is, what kind of society do we want to be? What kind of society do we want to build? And who are we willing to entrust that society to? Until we're willing to answer that question, I don't think we're going to move forward. We must say, what kind of society is this? What kind of society must it be? And I think there are two subsets to that question I want to raise. The one is about class and inequality. Yes, race is important, but class has become exceptionally important in post-democratic South Africa because the privileged are no longer only white. And so class and race are not the same thing anymore. And we have to deal with that. We must deal with inequality within Black societies and ask what is driving that, what is allowing it, and what kind of cultural norms and political culture we've entrenched that allows that thing to happen. The other thing is the question about inequality generally. So the ANC's dominance has allowed us to think about society's problems as the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We talk a lot about poverty, and we talk a lot about unemployment. We do not talk enough in this country about inequality. And the reason we don't talk about inequality is because the political class benefits from it. We're going to have to confront that. We're going to have to confront privilege in this country on all sides, on all corners, if we're going to get anywhere. And also privilege amongst us as civil society. What kind of privileges and power we hold and what kind of status quo we are willing to live with so that we can continue to have some sort of slice of the pie, even if it's not the ideal society we want. The other part of that question for me is about how civil society is going to participate in the building of a different society. Since 1994, civil society has decided its role in this society is resistance politics. We're going to resist our way to the future. I would like us to challenge ourselves in the next 3 days to look beyond resistance. Resistance is simply not enough anymore, comrades. I can't say it any clearer than that. We can't wait for things to go wrong and then resist them. We can't afford it. I make the analogy that South Africa is like a car driving towards a cliff. And whoever's in power is at the steering wheel and the rest of us are standing outside the car, screaming, shouting, and making noise. We must get into the car now. We must drive the car. We must become the mechanics. We must do something different, but we cannot just resist. It's not enough. It's just not enough. So I'm going to end with solutions. And I'm not going to be here for most of this week, so I'm dominating this moment in time because it's probably the last time you'll hear from me. There are 3 solutions I want to put on the table that I ask you to contemplate in the next few days. The first one is a very practical one around resourcing and resourcing the civil society space. And particularly the question that was raised by my brother from the youth organization earlier about the role of the state in resourcing and capacitating civil society. I slightly disagree with you because I think the state must resource civil society. In fact, civil society must be helping the state reach its KPIs. The state must have an invested interest in civil society flourishing. We've allowed politicians to make this false dichotomy between the state and civil society as if we're enemies. We are not. It's our government, not theirs. It's our resources, not theirs. If there are resources in the fiscus and we are doing good work in communities, those resources must be in our communities. And we know that the reason why we're pushing back against it is because departments like social development have politicized it. So the people who get the resources are the people who are willing to toe the political line of the ANC. We must have that conversation boldly. We must say that is it's not a problem that the state funds civil society. It's our money. It's not a problem. The problem is the politicization. And we must fight that, not fight the state's resourcing. We can't build alternate South Africas. The state must just do what it will do, and we're going to have to build schools ourselves, build hospitals ourselves, get food out. No, it's our government, not theirs. The second one is the question about young people. And somebody said you cannot talk about the future of this country and changing it without young people. Young people's hopefulness, the little bit that is left, is an asset. Young people's time that unemployment is granting them is an asset. Young people's willingness to break things, and we've seen them willing to break things in this country, is an asset. We must harness it. And as we convene our rooms, we must continue to ask ourselves, how do we make sure that our rooms in terms of youth participation look like the demographics? 60-40. 60% of our rooms must be young people. And we must allow them space to convene and lead. If you're not willing to be led by a young person in this country, you must really question yourself, because the average age of a South African is 23 years old. If the people shall govern, then you must be willing to be led by a young person. And if you're not, you have to question yourself. The final thing I'll say is we'll need to rethink in this country what politics is and who gets to do politics. I've been in civil society for a long time now. And the most political spaces in this country are civil society spaces. We talk about our politics, we do our politics, we enact our politics, we debate, we challenge each other, all of that. And then we say, oh no, we're not politicians. We're not political. Politicians are there. And the worst thing is, whenever it comes to election season, the people who say the least is civil society. We go, no, it's the politicians' time now. We'll just wait to see what they do. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Civil society won this country its freedom. Our politics is all of our politics. Everybody who decides to take action is being political. Whether you want to do it through going through the polls, or you want to do it through direct action, or you want to do it through community development, we are being political. We must say politics isn't a dirty word, it's our word. And so civil society is also going to have to ask itself, are you willing to be associated with politics in all of its forms? Or are we going to continue to leave certain kinds of politics to the worst amongst us and then complain about it afterwards? Thank you, comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Tessa. I'm not sure if you got it, Tessa. She's one of our trustees in Kagiso Trust. She's a trustee. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ian Mangenga, and I'm with Digital Girl Africa. And my question really has to do with the state of funding or funding models currently in civil society. One of the challenges I see happening over and over again is this high dependence that civil society has on donors, and the toxic relationship we have with funders is really inhibiting our growth in the work that we do. What happens is that a funding proposal or call for application comes out, and us as civil society leaders who are on the grassroots working on particular issues, each identify situations that we want to deal with. And when these proposals get up there, you have people that are not even located in those situations, deciding which issue needs to get, which issue gets the funding essentially. And I really think that it's not a progressive way for us to work, because essentially all these issues are important and all of them should get a sufficient amount of funding. And because I also work in the startup space, in the tech startup space, I think there's a lot of innovation that happens there as far as gathering funds. Like right now in Nigeria, tech has contributed more to its GDP in the third quarter more than oil, whereas in South Africa we still have agriculture dominating, or services rather, dominating GDP. And I think that if civil society can find ways to collaborate with startup founders who are really good at coming up with solutions, because I think essentially we're all doing the same thing. It's just that one is profit driven and the other sector is non-profit driven. But startup founders are so good at gathering funds. And when I speak about finding new ways to fund civil societies, I'm not speaking about crowdfunding, because that is still taking away our agency and placing it in other people's hands. But one of the things that I'm interested to find out, or I'm interested in seeing how we get closer to the solution in the next 2 days, 3 days, is how do we reinvent a funding model that is sustainable and is going to cut our ties with like toxic donors in civil society?
Thank you. Cassius, it's the two gentlemen in the table next to you. No? Yes. Cassius.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and greetings, colleagues. Colleagues, my name is Elias Mokwana. I'm from Mpumalanga Peace and Development Federation. That is a registered NGO. Within the organization, I also work closely with one organization, which is also a civil organization called Save SA Smelters. Surely you can Google and see its background. I'm not going to go into the details of it. Even though I had wanted to unmute when Comrade Jonas was addressing, because it's been part and parcel of that system that created the problems that brought us together here. Fast forward to the doctor here. I'm having very, very direct question to the doctor. To say, I think I heard you correctly that you are doing some work for the ANC, which I must say, colleagues, that I'm also a member of the ANC anyway. And a member, but ashamed. Now, to the doctor, seated here, and you unmuting me, is that the doctor is doing work for the ANC. At the same time, the doctor wants to come here to address the civil society, to talk about the problems created by the ANC. The doctor raised three things: hortensis, kwara, bujwa, and naile walk, of which we can all agree that we are at the kwara situation now. Is it not the doctor that is created the kwara on the other side and comes to the civil society to bring the solution to the kwara? Is it not the doctor that is going to convince us, I mean, including myself, that we should vote for the same, which was now in 2024, to be in government again? They took us from kwara, but they would want to convince us to vote for them because now they are bourgeois. So, doctor, I don't want to be confused. Our people are confused enough. The challenges on the ground are enough. I think the people have spoken, people are speaking. It's only a matter of time where the people will act. And the action that the people will take, I think the doctor would not like. But in closing, is that, doctor, are you not part of drawing a roadmap for the ANC towards 2024 and use us to assist? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Joseph Mkabela. Maybe it's our first time to be here. Maybe we try to dominate this occasion. I'm coming from Mpumalanga as well, in the same federation. I think, doctor, one of the things that maybe start by saying to Kagiso Trust, you have been representing our voice in terms of institutional capacity and memory. Can we give them hands on that? That's very important. And also to say, this is a high level research and methodology and application that are being used here. I can see that you have been ongoing, looking at this kwara behavior up to now, which when I see some of this presentation and the informatively, it shows that some of you, more especially our host, you have been analyzing this situation at a national level. And maybe to me, one of the things is that maybe state capture as well, it might actually cause things worse for us. Because if you look at doctor, because you have already said you come from the ANC, maybe December will be a relief to us. Because the more the ruling party become weaker, the more we are safe. Because if they are not become weaker, we won't be safe. Because we'll keep on seeing on this quarter. Another thing that's very important, Doctor, I'm not so sure. I'm very happy about formative approach and in terms of our presentation, but I'm worried about we didn't look at the foreign issues, the foreigners that are here in this country and the manner in which have you researched in terms of our behavior approach to the foreigners, whether it's them or is this quarter made a mistake? Because surely it is clear that our government really wanted to invest money in us. We wanted to invest money in things like renewable energies they're speaking about, but putting a cent to somebody like a indigenous person of a South African citizen to start opening a shop, we didn't see that coming. It ends up under apartheid, under the Bantustan. So in conclusion, also to Kagiso Trust in this house, we need actually also to maybe ask ourselves, are we in the level of understanding where we are? And really, are we sure that this capacity and this memory information that we have, when we go home, what will be our role as we move forward? And lastly, issues of COVID. What have we learned in COVID? Kindly take this quarter, the manner in which we have taken COVID. And actually, as we go back home, because COVID was, yes, there were consequences of COVID, but there are success that we have seen towards COVID. And if you can look at what was the success of the COVID time, and therefore we apply that COVID, the good of what we have seen in COVID going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll give back my 1,000 zillion apologies to the hands that I cannot take further because of time. And we still have Buichoko to also set the scene towards the commissions that we're going to take. But I will allow Abba just 2 minutes to round off this comment question session. And some of the questions that were raised were not necessarily for him, but are the questions that we can use when you go to our different commissions to ponder further on and try to come up with the solution at the end that will be a provision to take home when you go back. Over to you, Dr.
Okay, so thank you, comrades. I think firstly, just to indicate that when I said I needed to mention that in the bio that I am a member of the ANC Renewal Commission, I wasn't saying I'm coming here to speak as ANC, but it was just to say that I've been invited as part of the Indlula Miti team to present on the Indlula Miti scenarios, but I don't want you to later learn and say, oh my God, that guy, he came and spoke and he didn't tell us in the ANC Renewal. So whatever you've got to say to the ANC, you can convey it yourself. I'm not here to convey that to them. So you're welcome to your own opinions on the ANC, and I'm not going to defend them at all. So keep that in mind. The second thing, I think the question of the question that arose about what should we base the nation on, and I think the question Tessa's also raising. Tessa always raises the tough questions, by the way, so you can always depend on that. So I think, you know, there's two ways of looking at a nation. And on one hand, and if you want to have a look at it, you can Google this thing called ethnic nationalism, where the ethnicity of a country is what defines the nation. So you may find that, you know, if this was just a part of South Africa and that you have a group called the Zulu nation, then maybe that's a nation in itself. But South Africa is beyond individual ethnic entities. It's actually a much higher level concept, and that is referred to as civic nationalism. So what binds us is the Constitution, it's our democracy, our boundaries obviously define that we're not Zimbabwe, we're not Botswana, etc. We're not Lesotho, we're not Swaziland, that our boundaries define us. But I think the most abiding sort of core of our nationness should be our constitution, because we've been constitutionally defined, it's been captured what we are as a people, et cetera, et cetera. And for me, that must remain at the core of all our civil society work as well. How in defending this constitution, we are deepening our democracy, we're deepening our critique of all that is happening around us, whether it's in the ANC, whether it's in the state, whether it's in municipal government. So look at what a civic nationalism means and how that can be achieved. So I think that's the one thing. I agree with the comrade, the colleague, the lady that's from the Eastern Cape was saying that if the government's not working, we must take action. It's actually incumbent upon us to take action. As Tessa said, take charge of that car that's going off the cliff, because we're really going off the cliff. We're really moving into this Gwara Gwara plus. As people, we need to decide how do we change it. My own sort of sense of it is that we change it by changing the political culture. We start putting pressure on local government, municipalities, etc. And as you quite correctly said, Tessa, that even if you're changing what you're doing in Welkom, you need to also change what's happening in Bloemfontein and Pretoria. So that's really important that we keep that together. I think the last point about that came up again about renewal. The sense of renewal, and as the comrade from the Katrara Foundation making the point that it's not just the ANC. The whole world is trying to grapple with the sense of renewal. What does it mean to renew democratic values when it's under attack by right-wingers? It seems like the US elections is going to go in the wrong direction. We've seen how Brazil just managed to have Lula coming back as the president. We've seen in Italy the right-wing taking power. We've seen in Israel the right-wing taking power. So there's a call for the renewal of democratic forces around the world, that we need to renew the fight against fascism, against right-wing demagoguery, et cetera, et cetera. That's the renewal we're talking about. And that's the renewal I would like to see civil society displaying more and more. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Amandla. Amandla. Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, mine is just a small thing. The seat has been said, and I am not going to regurgitate it. Let us remind each other where we are. Yesterday, we have the youth activist circle. The issues were raised more fundamentally. That should be the basis of what we are going to discuss today and tomorrow. We had a very interesting session yesterday called State and Society. The state and society is not state and civil society. It is the recharacterization of the challenges that South Africa faces today and what the citizens of this country must do in order to reclaim the promise which has been deferred. And I'm not going to repeat the issues which were raised then. This morning, we have attempted to understand the tools that we can utilize, not only to appreciate where we are, but to begin to contemplate how the future will look like if we don't act today. Our failure to take responsibility today will determine the future of our generations tomorrow. And what are the scenarios are primarily all about? To give ourselves the picture and the state of the nation as it exists today. And what are the possible trajectories that might arise? It does not mean that they will arise, because the intervening factor is what we do today, which may influence any particular destination our country might possibly arrive at. But we all agree that the Gwara Gwara might even be very lenient. Our country has crossed the crossroads. We are at the point where we are uncertain what works, and indeed, how is that our country being led? So having appreciated that, we had a steering committee that steered this process so far over the last 3 to 4 months. The steering committee is made up of about 35 organizations. Most of them are sitting here today. And in setting the scenes, a number of issues were put in place that the steering committee said were non-negotiable. For us to be able to be here today to reflect as civil society. One, that we must all appreciate why this conference is being convened. And one member of the steering committee, when she raised the name or the theme unmuted, was precisely to say, we have been very quiet. We have given our country to the vultures. We haven't taken responsibility for our country. Can we unmute ourselves? Take responsibility, take control of the steering wheel. The steering committee was asking, is civil society ready, capable and willing? Most importantly, fearless. The stakes are very high. Babita reminds us what is the price of protecting the resources of this country. Are we willing? Are we ready? The second issue that the steering committee raised, do we all understand the state in which South Africa is in today? Do we believe in the potential of this country? If we understand that, then we can begin a journey of working together. There was an issue raised in the steering committee. We must make a principled decision because there is so much at stake. We cannot afford to pretend to be together. We cannot pretend to be understanding the crisis that we are in. When our interests are like what Jonas was saying yesterday. While we are discussing the budget for development, some people are saying, yes, we agree, but our portion is that one. The steering committee further said, and I'm saying this thing because it was very fundamental to the convening of this conference. One, that we invite certain categories of organizations to share certain information. One, we invite MISTRA to share with us some of the tools of appreciating the dangers which are looming. Two, that we invite the Department of Social Development to come and share with us the state of the NPO policy that creates an environment for us to respond to the kind of questions that we've been hearing here. And thirdly, that we invite a National Development Agency to share with us the study on the funding, but also on one of the commissions, precisely because their mandate were outlined as that. And finally, a concession was made to invite the National Lotteries Commission to come and update us because their mandate was precisely to respond to the resourcing of the sector. Having said that, the principal position of the steering committee was, we don't want to be spoken to. We want, as a civil society, to reflect unhindered, so that we are beginning to appreciate the magnitude of the challenges before us, so that we are able to take the position. But the steering committee concluded that one of the critical failures that we have done as civil society was to hand over the management of our country to not only politicians, but to the political parties. How do we reclaim back to ensure that never again the political parties in themselves are in the driving seat of our country, to the extent that we are about to fall into a cliff? The question was raised, and I'm not sure how it will be discussed. What does it mean as civil society to reclaim the political processes of our country? That's one issue that I think we need to find time to discuss. The steering committee talk about the invited spaces and the invented spaces. In other words, we have been invited for so long. And some of you who might have attended the gender-based violence summit last week, we can still appreciate and feel the meaning of being invited. That we can say so much and nobody's listening. Can we change that discourse? That's why the steering committee said, let us come together. This will be the beginning of the journey. The more difficult path is what we do beyond here. And are we up to? And finally, there is no stage that can be set except by ourselves. We know what's going on in the country. No amount of research, no amount of presentations will make us appreciate that South Africa is in crisis. What is important is whether can we alter the course of the disaster before us. That is a scene, and that is a stage that we have before us. I am appealing and requesting that as much as we are very angry, we are fearful, we are uncertain, and perhaps we are afraid, let us use the next 2 days on one singular issue. And that issue is, what are we going to do? We know what the problems are. Let us clearly and honestly say, what we are going to do is not only going to be impacted by the crisis that the country is facing, but the state of readiness of ourselves as civil society. At some point, we must speak also truth to ourselves. Can we do it? Can this be the gathering of a difference? I listened attentively yesterday when the youth were speaking. I also listened when Comrade Ngabisi Jonas was speaking. He made a singular call. Is it a call that we agree with? But what becomes the foundational strategy that underpins it for civil society? I listen when you are speaking, and I'm hearing to people are saying the trust deficit no longer exists. In other words, the understanding that we gave our democratic government in 1994 has been eroded. Can we restart the wheel? And what then becomes the basis of a social compact. Given how many, about 20 social compacts that have been developed since 1994. Is there a new form of a social compact that makes sense to us, that we believe others must be able to test because theirs has failed? We are on our own. We know what's happening in our country. We have seen what is been happening in Krugersdorp. We have seen how the criminals have taken control of our country. Even the Zamazamas, they feel at free will. With those, the stage is set, colleagues, comrades, and friends. Let us try to do the difference and do things differently. And I believe, Sizakele, that what we are going to ask you for the next 2 minutes is really to appreciate the construct of this conference, how we would like to anchor our debates, our discussions in running this conference, and be able to be certain that it gives us what we sitting here believe will help us going forward. Thank you. I would like to call Kubeshni Govenda. She will outline in detail the methodology that we are going to appreciate. And I hope we all understand and test the different way of applying technology to enable us to quickly arrive at where we want to do. Kubeshni?
Thank you very much, Boichoko. I'm Kubeshni Govender. I'm part of the programming task team and a supporter to this conference. I'm also the chairperson of an NGO called Genderlinks. So I'm very pleased to be here and to hear the amazing voices that are emerging for the call of women in platforms like these and beyond. Boichoko's done an excellent job, and in this last conversation, you've actually landed some of the key words that takes us into the commissions, which we're going to go into after tea. We have commissions around compacting, around capacity building, around resource mobilization, and around NPO policy. The last two will come after lunch. What we're going to do right now is we're going to take a tea, and the tea is served outside here on the counters just outside these doors. So the first thing we're going to ask you to do is just think about which commission you would like to go to. There are two spaces for these commissions. The one is here. So the compacting commission will be here, and the capacity building commission will be in the room next door. So if you exit this, there's a room on the far side called Silver Leaf. That is where that commission will be happening. And we will have these commissions until we go to lunch. When we come back from lunch, you have another choice to make, which is, do I go to resource mobilization or do I go to NPO policy? Resource mobilization will be in this space and NPO policy will be in Silverleaf. It's just these two rooms that we will be using for these breakout rooms. So that is the decision making that we'll need to make during tea. I invite you to take your tea, bring your tea in here. I know that we haven't had the opportunity to speak to the people around the table, those of you who've decided to move and sit next to people that you don't know. So let's take that opportunity to do that during tea. We're going to use a couple more tools, actually triggered and motivated by the young people who suggested to us that we need to come into an age, a new age of working. So there will be some technology tools that we'll use tomorrow, and we'll talk about that a little bit more tomorrow. For now, we're going to take a half an hour tea, come back here into the space to start at 12 o'clock. And again, your choice is, do I go to compacting, which will be in this room, or do I go to capacity building, which will be in the room next door called the Silver Leaf? I'm going to ask, please, there's some people who are going to hold the space for us. They are the chairpersons, the presenters, and the scribes for these sessions. I think you know who you are. Please, will you just join us on that table on the side during tea so we can just get our notes aligned for what we're going to do in that session. Enjoy tea. Thank you. I put a note on the Zoom for wine.
You said that after she said the
Colleagues, hello. We're looking for Miss Kolelwa Kashe Katia from Mistra. Is Miss Kolelwa Kashe Katia here? Ah, sure. So it's not just you responding.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Take your seats. Take your seats. And for this session, you are being chaired by an incredibly talented man who we met last night, Bonani Bila. He's going to take over and essentially hold the time frame for this particular conversation. We've got African Monitor and we've got Mistra here who are going to do be respondents and be presenters for this particular piece. So Bonani, I hand over to you. Before I do, Zoom participants. I can see that some of you have joined capacity building next door. Please, if any more of you would like to join capacity building, you just need to choose the room in the link and you will be moved to that room. Otherwise, you're welcome to stay here where the discussion is around compacting. Bonani, over to you.
Thank you so much, comrades, colleagues. This is a very important, commission. This is a very important commission because it's going to assist us to move forward and determine our way forward so that, we shape our conference with confidence and so on. We have in this commission that's focusing mainly on, compacting, social compacting. I think in this commission, we're going to ask so many questions that are very relevant to what we're trying to do. But essentially, ask ourselves, what is social compacting? What are the key features that determine this social compacting? How best can we create, social compacting and so on? And we have, our key speaker for this commission coming from, Mistra, Ms. Tolelwa Kashe Katia, who's the director of operations at Mistra, and she's been very involved and more engaged in social compacting for so many years. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, please, before I ask her to come on stage, I just want to also indicate that, she has limited time, to give an address, but, her research, which is so incisive and innovative, I think, it will be so enriching and assist us to determine our, way forward. There will be a respondent as well, Bongani Magongo, who's the acting CEO of the National Development Agency, responding to a speech. And thereafter, we'll have 10 or so 15 minutes to summarize, the key input from the two presenters. And that kind of summary will be given by, Glenn Farid, who will, of course, incorporate your views, your input, your suggestions, your comments, and so on, so that when we leave this house, at least we have something much more valid and solid that we can present, to the bigger, Congress, bigger convention out there, so that these are the resolutions of some sort, not necessarily resolutions in that sense, but something much more, valuable and more concrete coming from this session. So I want to welcome on stage, Ms. Tolelo Kashe Katia, but also invite our Zoom participants, to note down and participate virtually. Send your comments, your charts and everything, and then we'll find time to, read them out loud. So thank you so much. Ms. Tolelo. Well, I forgot to indicate that the two respondents are from the, from Africa Monitor. And yeah, so they will, present their responses to the key speaker. And we hope everything will be, vibrant. And so please feel free to raise your concerns, raise your questions in any language of your choice, but also provide a kind of space for translation so that we all, swim in the same lake. Thank you.
Good afternoon, comrades and colleagues and the entire family of Kagiso Trust. As indicated, my name is Boyola Kashe Katia.
I'm representing the Mapungubwe Institute for Strategic Reflection. And now Mistra was commissioned by Kagiso Trust to undertake this research project, which served to unpack social compacting. No, the greater part of the morning, there was a lot of discussion around social compacts or process of compacting, but also we've been hearing in the public domain, you know, many references to a social compact. And my colleague earlier, Dr. Abba Omar, also made reference to it. However, we seem to be talking about social compacting without understanding what social compacts entail, what are the key ingredients for compacts. And so today, this is what I'm going to attempt to do to try and also bring it closer to home to the broader stakeholders in terms of civil society, but also speaking to Kagiso Trust in terms of taking this process of galvanizing civil society towards a compact. So it's not a final draft, even though we've submitted it as such to Kagiso Trust, but it's with the understanding that this session today is going to help to narrow down, you know, in terms of our recommendations. So please also look at it with a view to assist in fine-tuning it, to make the points crystal clear so that by the time civil society engages with government, then we've got that in mind. We also are part of civil society as an NPO, the Mapungubwe Institute, which is a think tank that is Black-led and serves to actually advise on long-term strategies. Because when we were established, we realized that the problem in South Africa is short-termism. So this is actually why we do our work. So as indicated, this is going to be a summary of a bigger report. I'm hoping that it's part of the reports that were shared in the memory stick, but we do have a much bigger report. So these are just slides that speak to that. So for the granular detail, you'll have to refer to the full report. But the idea is to come up with a policy brief that can contribute towards social compacting for civil society in particular. So this is just the overview of my presentation. I'll be looking at the historical perspective because there has to be that understanding. And I know some of the comrades here were referring to the history of civil society activism in particular when it comes to the struggle against apartheid. We'll look at the notion of social dialogue, which seems to be missing in the current dispensation where social compacting is concerned, and that's where civil society is relevant. But also we need to put in that we need to contextualize social compacting. And then there's also the idea of strengthening civil society for meaningful participation in dialogue, but also to bring consensus, you know, and maybe hopefully identify priorities, which is where I would seek your assistance in terms of that and recommendations therefore for Kagiso Trust. Now, in terms of the historical and contemporary perspective, we do know that, and it was indicated, I think, by Tessa earlier, that there was a strong role of civil society in the struggle against apartheid. And that was because it was able to cultivate solidarity and to build consensus, you know, around pressing priorities, then which was apartheid, colonialism, and so on. But also civil society actors were willing to lend the sense of agency to give impetus to the political imperative of abolishing apartheid. Now, also civil society coalition in the form of the, you know, there's the mass democratic movement, but also in terms of the institution that was formed was the United Democratic Front, or the UDF, which was like closely aligned to the ruling party. And civil society was also a crucial contributor to the discourse of creation of a new nation in South Africa. Now, civil society has also been effective and also quite critical in the forging of our constitution. Now, civil society is also not monolithic. We have to understand that there's diversity. There's a variety of policy agendas, there's different priorities, but also there's differing views in terms of what is important. but also the way civil society positions itself when it engages with the state. There's difference in how, you know, different actors in civil society engage with the state. And there's also different categories. There's the NPOs, there's the CBOs, there's, you know, community organizations, street forums, and so on. So there's all these different categories. So in our research, in the granular detail, we also unpack that. Now, despite this diversity and plurality in civil society, there are areas where they're able to, like civil society is able to converge, and that is in terms of social justice, service delivery, in terms of good governance, in terms of anti-corruption efforts, safety and security. And so this should not be surprising because it comes, you know, these are efforts that are a direct response to societal challenges. Now, what are the modalities for civic action? There's advocacy, there's lobbying, there's litigation that we've seen happening in the recent past. There's protest as well. But why is there an increase in protest action? That's because there's a robust constitutional rights framework that we have in the country, wherein protest is a right. But also there's frustration with the slow pace of realization of, you know, all our second generation rights, like pertaining to health, education, water, electricity, and housing. Now, what is social dialogue in the South African context? Social dialogue is critical for a meaningful social compact. You cannot forge a compact without meaningful dialogue. We've heard the president talk about social compacting, but then we sit back and wonder, has the dialogue happened so that we can find each other, so that we can set the agenda and agree on a common vision? So without that dialogue, you cannot say you're going to have a compact. Now, we've got the NEDLEC, which has become a focal point for social dialogue in South Africa, because as a result of the efforts of the 1990s, the NEDLEC was formed through the NEDLEC Act, and it was supposed to be a site for that social dialogue. However, what we've seen is that NEDLEC has become more of a negotiation platform where labor relations are amplified. But then if you look at youth unemployment, if 70% of the youth are unemployed, do they have a seat at the NEDLEC table? So who stands for them when there's negotiations with big business? So that is a challenge. But we must recognize that the NEDLEC is commendable for even inclusion of civil society, because the golden triangle globally in terms of social compacting, you'd find that there would be government, labor, and business. But in the South African case, we've extended it to include civil society. Whether that's meaningful inclusion or not, that's something to ponder on. So at least we do have somewhat a voice of civil society that's there, like represented there. But I mean, in our research, you'll find that there's different ways that we also unpack the extent of that representation. But we cannot forget the historic role of civil society. And hence there's this call by Kagiso Trust for the State Civil Society Compact, because we have to draw on that history or that heritage of civil society being the leaders in fighting against apartheid. So what does it mean for NEDLEC? So it means that NEDLEC should also ensure that there's meaningful representation of the sector and not just as a token. Because sometimes it seems like civil society is just there as a nice to have, but when it comes to the actual bargaining, and also civil society does not have any bargaining tools that can be put on the table, just like labor, for example. So the question that has arisen from our research is NEDLEC fit for purpose, especially where social dialogue is concerned. So, I mean, we've had this honeymoon period of the 1990s to 2000, but is there still commitment in our society for social dialogue that is honest and also inclusive? There are some challenges. What we found is that we tend to have these frozen mandates because we are such a diverse nation, and we tend to, have all these interests that are at times at odds with one another, and people tend to maintain their fixed ideological positions without willingness to be moved or to be shifted in their thinking. There's also, if you look at NEDLAC, there's a lot of juniorization where, sectors are represented even within the institution itself. NEDLAC is also looked at as a bargaining platform, mostly by business and labor. So you find business and labor, going at each other there. But also we're not seeing a lot of sufficient dialogue there. But also what we've seen is that other stakeholders, like in big business, can bypass NEDLAC and maybe have an agreement with the presidency. And that also undermines NEDLAC because now it has to compete with other efforts. And what are these efforts? Some of them, where it was sort of like compact-like efforts beyond NEDLAC. For example, the NDP itself, or the Vision 2030, they would say that there was sufficient consultation and dialogue, but it's a kind of a compact or a vision that is supposed to represent the common vision of the nation. You also have the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture that's also doing their thing on social compacting. You've got the Department of Employment and Labor working with NEDLAC. And you wonder if, all these efforts are coordinated or if there are any linkages. We've had the presidential summits, we've had the job summits, there's even the summit on gender-based violence that we've had. All these are examples of social dialogue that culminated in some kind of issue-specific compact. However, these were not effective. And why were they not effective? They lacked nuance. They also were not fully representative of the nation. But also there was like poor fostering of multi-stakeholder buy-in. I mean, I'll use the example of Job Summit because you have their labor and business dominating that space, but you wouldn't say that civil society was, meaningfully involved in that space. But also they failed to provide a clear roadmap. But also there's this whole consensus building above, allowing conflict and difference to also emerge so that we can actually have an honest dialogue. So there's this suppression of difference. You get silence. I mean, I heard today people starting to raise even issues about migration, which is something that's being silenced in the country. So how do you provide a platform where we can have or create a space where we can have this meaningful dialogue? Personally, I also feel like these efforts failed because there is no sanctioning mechanisms. You have people getting on stage and pledging whatever they're pledging. I'll use the example of job summits. But if you were to track what has happened or what that has yielded, not much. Is there anyone who holds business accountable for not living up to those pledges that were made on public platforms? Now, when we contextualize social compacting, what is a compact? A compact is a contract and an agreement. That's why I raised the issue of sanctioning. So if you sign a contract, if you undermine your own contract that you've agreed to, like legally, there's supposed to be repercussions. However, we're not seeing that in these compact-like efforts because they're not as binding as they should be. Yes, government has to take the lead, as we've learned from other countries as well, but also it has to outline roles and responsibilities so that we can hold each other accountable. Now, this concept is centered around the development of modern states. And I mean, we've drawn lessons from the Asian tigers and other countries in Europe wherein they've managed to forge effective compacts. But the issue here, what we have is that the state has to remain as the organizer. But we know we've got an issue, as indicated by Abba earlier, that the state is not capable of providing that leadership. But also there's this need to manage the class conflict. And we cannot avoid it. It's a conversation that needs to be had. There has to be a safe space that's created to manage that class conflict. But we also have to have these agreements that outline measures for a peaceful coexistence, because that is the key impetus to social compacting, because it is about peace. At the end of the day, it is about actually finding each other as a society that's facing a challenge. However, legitimacy remains a crucial issue. And if you read literature from the UNDP, it will state that legitimacy is very important. So if you're gonna have the strong leader that can galvanize society, it has to be legitimate leadership. So social compacts are also reliant on 4 factors. You have to manage expectations of our society, and I've indicated that sometimes those are so diverse and at odds with one another. But also the state capacity has to provide the services, but also there's the issue of the elite that has to direct resources. And wherever you look at in the world, compacting is an elitist issue. It is like compacts are elite compacts. We cannot move away from that. If it is a compact that we want, we have to come to an agreement that it is the elite coming together, putting the resources, creating an enabling environment, doing that negotiation of like, because we recognize our history, we will bring this and that to the table, or we will forfeit some of the things we hold on to so strongly. Can labor forfeit some of the things they hold on to so strong? Can business forfeit, profit making just for the greater good of the nation? So those are the things that we need to be looking at, but we still seem to be very stuck. Now also, the compact has to set the tone for state-citizen relationships. So it's an agreement in society, and we also agree as citizens as well to be governed by this leadership to drive society towards a particular North Star. It's also a tool to build social cohesion, as indicated. What are the implications of a weak compact? There's increased exploitation of the people. There's growing levels of uncertainty, but also there's increased violence. And we can see that already in our society because there's weak compacts. And that's why you see this increase in violence and frustration and uncertainty. But also, now, when we look at how other countries have done this, we've looked at European countries like Ireland, we've looked at Australia, we've looked at the Asian countries, such as we've looked at South American countries, and we also had some African examples wherein we studied how Mauritius did their compacting work. Even we looked at Rwanda. It was interesting, the case of Rwanda, because we're compelled to look at African examples. But then South Africa is a rights-based country. It's a human rights-based country. So if we were to adopt the strategies of Rwanda, there are things that we need to actually reckon with, like media freedoms and so on, all those things. Can we actually forego those so that we can also develop like Rwanda, because it's got a strong leader there that can push society towards development, but then there's no human rights. And that's where civil society has to be involved. Our work on social compacts dating back from 2014, right up until the present, with this body of work now that we've produced for Kagiso Trust, it provides various examples of these compacts from different parts of the world. But really, compacts are about making societies more inclusive, improving social conditions, but also expanding the economy. Now, there has to be greater interest in terms of taking care of state fragility and crisis situation. And that's actually what usually is the trigger. When you look at all these countries, there's usually a crisis that the country is dealing with. And to actually fix that crisis or to mitigate it, then a compact is what we would do. And this includes also looking at things like at issues such as increasing socioeconomic pressures, political instability, and violence. So it's not just the crisis of unemployment. We know that we've got gender-based violence, we've got violence actually broadly in the country. So can we use a compact to actually deal with those? And now we're speaking to issue-specific compacts, because so far we've been talking about this broad compact for the nation, but there has to be a point where we become issue-specific. The UNDP, again, I will quote it, they do outline 3 critical factors for compacts, and there has to be responsive public institutions, Already we've indicated that the state is not capable. So how do we make them more responsive? But it also requires inclusive politics. So if you're not within the party political structures, you find that you don't find a voice or you are not heard, but there has to be transparent and predictable mechanisms to actually get these things going. And that way we can then foster resilient societies. Social compacts need to prioritize. And where we looked globally, it was usually, as I've said, it's promotion of peace, it's inclusion, and also ensuring government is responsive to the needs of societies. So to actually get a meaningful compact, the process must be very inclusive, because it's about the citizens, and the citizens have to be included, whether you're part of a political party or not, or whether you're part of a particular structure or you're in the elite or not. There has to be that meaningful engagement, because those who are excluded from the process can actually undermine it. Now, why do we have this need for this? I mean, it's been 28 years of democracy. We remain the most unequal nation in the world. I don't think this is something we should be proud of. So that could be another galvanizing point that we can say, let's forge a compact to make sure South Africa is not the #1 most unequal country in the world. There's also like these inequalities that are very structural in nature, so we can zoom in to look at, you know, specific inequalities, whether it's gender inequalities, spatial inequalities, and so on. There's this new inequality between, like, there's youth who are like disadvantaged, so there's another dimension to inequality. We can look at violence, because we are a very violent country. High crime rates as well are something what we need to look at. I mean, murder and assault in South Africa is our daily bread. The COVID-19 pandemic and its shocks also showed us that actually business can be activist if these things affect them. Because we saw with the Solidarity Fund that was created, there were platforms, we were getting reports from the president telling us this is what's happening at NEDLAC, there's the Solidarity Fund. Even as citizens, we could contribute to that. So what can we learn from that to continue beyond the COVID moment? I mean, we know government has got this economic recovery and reconstruction and recovery process that's happening, but that's something else. And I'm going to go into that because there were some priorities that were identified for civil society. But also Kagiso Trust also did its own research to try and identify some of the priorities. So what we did was to also try to map those to find areas of convergence. I'm not going to go into detail, but I wanted to show you, this was in various slides, but I think for effect, I thought, let me put them in a single slide. Let's just look at the Kagiso Trust survey, what it yielded. Unemployment, social protection flow, basic income grant, access to data, connectivity, gender-based violence, and the effects of COVID-19, trust deficit, combating corruption, youth issues. You compare it to what the community sector at NEDLAC came up with. It's a list of 10 issues. Solidarity to identify the most vulnerable members of society, because civil society is working within our communities. Participation in structures to support the police. Commitment to pay for services. I know there's the issue of Soweto there and payment of services. Mass education to expose and report acts of corruption. That's another thing that NEDLAC identified for civil society. Mobilize resources to engage in humanitarian activities. Monitor commitments of the state to its citizens, but also ensure that we support initiatives to improve living conditions, gender education, looking at the rights of people and the conditions within which they live. Now, my observation is that these lists are very long. And this is something that's quite endemic in South Africa when we start planning. And it could be because we've got all these diverse interests and we seek to find 100% consensus. So in our effort to seek that 100% consensus, we have to get that one's priority, and this one and that one, and then we end up with a long list of priorities. And I think that is where we fail, because we do not prioritize in our efforts to ensure that it's the rural, it's the urban, it's the Black, it's the white, and it's this community, that community, the elite, the poor, and everyone must be accommodated, and we don't move forward. If you look at all our efforts towards this, there's always this issue at the end where we've got a long list, including the Kagiso Trust research also had a long list. So I would suggest that we start narrowing down if we are to succeed. And as the two lists actually, they demonstrate synergies using different languages, policing and the issues of crime, reporting, corruption, and so on. The only difference is that it's emphasis, wherein, the one list would be specific that it's about corruption, whereas the other would just say work with the police. So we need to actually continue with these efforts towards aggregating civil society, because for civil society to be able to engage with these things, it needs to be strengthened, can be influential, as we've learned from the history, that civil society is influential. And also we need to maybe start embracing these formal relationships that exist, because that seems to be what's happening in all these efforts. But as civil society, you find that the sector is quite fragmented and is not able to, to converge to address a specific issue. There are some loose cooperations here and there, but then that also does not entail any commitment. But you can harness the diverse skill set that exists within civil society. There's also an ability to build credibility, but also civil society has the potential to influence policy reforms. So what are the best practices for coordination? We can rally and mobilize people. Civil society is good at that, at gathering people and galvanizing society. But also there has to be effective communication to influence government in terms of the decision-making processes. But there has to be also common values, because now there's all these, there's CBOs, there's NGOs, there's gender-based violence, there's, children and what, but there has to be that, common values that are established for the sector. And that way you can derive from ongoing contributions since, before even this democratic dispensation. So the coordination structures need to learn to be responsive, flexible, and adaptable. So what can we learn from the pre-democratic example? I mean, we had the UDF moment that I spoke to. There are lessons to learn. Why was it successful? Why was civil society so successful in the fight against apartheid? Some examples in the present also, if you look at Right to Know, Imali Yethu, tech, also in current dispensation, there has been efforts and there's some pockets of success that we can learn from. So now what are the key issues? Deal with the diversity and plurality of civil society, which is actually a natural process, but this can inhibit the coordination that's required. If you carry on with this diverse nature that I do children or I work with women and I'm doing housing, then it really inhibits the coordination or coordination efforts. But also civil society has to also deal with its own class systems within civil society. Because now there's this contradiction in working with social justice. However, when you look at civil society, there's also inequalities. There's those who are much bigger than others. Others are well-funded and others not so well, so well-resourced. But also, I mean, we do have our constitution and the National Development Plan. It could be a galvanizing point as much as it is also challenged in certain quarters. But, how do we then identify rallying points for the country and social partners that is a way to establish that common vision. We are suggesting these two pieces of these documents because that's all we've got. We don't have anything else unless something else comes along. But also we need to exploit possibilities to synthesize these ideas to produce a singular objective, because you do need a common vision that we work towards, not these uncoordinated efforts. We also need to improve that coordination by providing a more inclusive model for representation. Because if you're going to be in those platforms that have been mentioned as compact-like platforms, what you find there is that there's coordination. And also, what can we learn from the experiences of Sangoko? After democracy, we had that Sangoko, which was quite useful in terms of resourcing, coordination, and so on. But that has been completely eroded. Can we revisit that moment? Is there possibilities for Kagiso Trust maybe to lead efforts towards the re-establishment of those efforts? But also there's an opportunity to strengthen representation of community sector at NEDLAC. I mean, others would not, we may favor that because it's like, oh, well, NEDLAC is so flawed, civil society is not effectively represented. But there's also an opportunity because by law, there's already a chamber there, there's a seat at the table. However, it's not well resourced, but also representation is questionable there. So can civil society imitate what labor and business have done? Because business goes there as the BUSAs, the BLSAs, labor, it's the COSATUs and so on. What can civil society do? Can you have a new Sangoko that can go there representing civil society so that it's a formidable block that is not just neglected at the NEDLAC table? But also as an alternative, we can leave NEDLAC as it is with their federation, but also find ways to target specific issues that are happening in NEDLAC. One example was COVID. There was a specific issue where there was compacting. So can then civil society go in and out whenever there's an issue that's specific to civil society's interests? Can you go in there and participate? But also there has to be this consideration that some sectors operate in an informal manner. And that is something that NEDLAC is not able to get its head around, that the informal sector has to be accommodated somehow. And it's difficult now to form a federation of street traders. Fine, there is someone there who's supposed to be representing the informal traders, but the extent thereof, I mean, the taxi industry, is it effectively represented there? What about the unemployed youth? Who speaks for them there? So as my last input here is to say, we need to consolidate these priority areas. I've shown the long list that came out of the Kagiso Trust research, but also another long list that came out of the NEDLAC process, which is directed at the post-COVID recovery and reconstruction. So what we are proposing here, what we've got on the table is potential areas for prioritization. There's the inclusive economy, social security, safety and security, with specific reference to gender-based violence. There's the energy and climate sustainability issue, anti-corruption and accountability, and then the promotion and education of society to become more active citizens. I still feel like it's also still very long. There's 6 themes there, but we could actually we can even sharpen those so that we can actually apply all our efforts towards a specific issue. And once that is attained, you move on to the next one, as opposed to dealing with these daunting lists that actually leave us not being able to do anything at all. So I will leave it there and maybe leave that slide there just to get us thinking. But thank you very much for allowing me to share these thoughts. And I'd like to thank the Kagiso Trust for also entrusting the Mapungubwe Institute with this research. So I'll leave that slide so that we can actually start thinking about areas of prioritization. Thank you.
Ms. Tolelos, thank you so much for that kind of comprehensive, incisive, and fertile presentation. I think we are now clear about what we mean by social compacting and its challenges, areas of weaknesses. We also know, given a kind of presentation that we've had, modalities that we can determine. We also are privileged that we have a history of social compacting in this country, and the best practices that we also harvested from other countries, and how best perhaps civil society can be positioned, given its fragmentation, and how best it can be strengthened to engage with existing structures, whether it's NEDLAC or specifically on key priority issues as well. So I'm not going to try to summarize your presentation, but I'll call upon our first respondent, Dr. Monagangwe, you know, I mean, she's from African Monitor together with Fundisile Nzimande. So the two will, you know, give their responses to the presentation. Welcome on stage, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Comrade Chair. I think for those who have interacted with us, I'm so glad that many of the faces right now in here were part and parcel of the consultative process. Beginning with our dear facilitator from Northern Cape, where we started, the journey started. But thank you very much, my dear comrade. Apparently, I was actually telling her that, you know, it seems like, you know, there's a telepath. When civil society and the leftists speak, there's a lot of complementary, you know, findings, you know, that I was just like, wow, it's like we have already shared the final report. Thank you very much, my dear comrade Kolela. I think she has actually managed to set the trend. But before I speak, I think I always love singing, but unfortunately, I can see the room. We are not yet angry after my dear comrade has spoken. So just to begin the process, I hope I'm not going to be misquoted and find my head somewhere else by the end of the day. So our report tentatively, my dear comrade, is actually tentatively as well entitled Amandla Way to Voices from Below. So I was so glad when you touched on that particular aspect. And this will actually quickly take us through the process that we have actually undertaken to be where we are today. Amandla, Comrade Jane, please. Can we have that energies in the room? I mean, I feel like I want to speak when there are energies, and perhaps are we not angry enough after our dear comrade before break spoke and Viva Kakiso Trust, Viva, Viva civil society, Viva. You don't know how powerful is the voice from below. So ourselves, me and Comrade Fundi particularly, we were requested to really touch around the issues of the methodological approaches. And this is precisely where we're gonna begin. Our point of departure will be actually touching on those very sensitive narratives that's emerged or are emerging from the provincial dialogues that we have actually undertaken as part of our process of data gathering, because we believe the power is with the people. So I like the speaker before T as well, who reminded us that we don't need to be invited, but we need to set the agenda. And I'm sure for all the comrades who participated from different angles, it was very clear in our dialogues that this is by the time we actually really become practical about what we're talking about. If we continue waiting for them to make the rules, like my comrade highlighted around the issues of class, let's look at the class character of those who make the rules. Marx is clear about how this happens. Those who have the means of production very often are the ones who determine what needs to be done, which is the reason why today we are left, and those who are in power make sure that we are deprived of the material resources that would actually translate into power from below. So using our framing, comrade, in terms of the framing that we actually drew from, it was more from Piven, Fox Piven, who addressed, presented the presidential address somewhere and warned all the leaders of this particular world that watch out, those who you think they do not have power, do have power. And we all know that this interdependent power that Piven speaks about is what we actually have vested in us. What is that? We have the power at the vote, by the ballot, isn't it? But of course, my dear comrade also spoke about the alternatives. What are the alternatives? Can we begin to think about alternatives outside of the capitalist model, economic model? Because this is precisely what the elites are actually drawing from. Capitalism and elitism and corruption, we can't separate them. So these are precisely what is important. Before I get excited, because I know I have limited time, I would like to just indicate around the issues, how we went about, gathering our data. We began with a literature review, I think the desktop, which was very critical because it actually grounded our fieldwork instruments to some extent. By the time we got to our facilitators, some of them in the room, at least we had, a best document to begin to work from. But what happened? When now, after the provincial consultations and the national consultation, surprisingly, we couldn't go back to what we gathered on the ground. Why? Because we respect the voices from below. Now the people wrote the report itself. And our report is actually populated with narratives from below. And I'm just gonna quickly read some of them. And my dear comrade Fundi will actually touch on some of those. So what touched me and us, all of us, the team, were some of these narratives. I'll quickly go through them so that perhaps I hope we'll get angry by the end of the day, by the time I leave this stage. Anyway, the country is burning. We think it is Uhuru, but it's not yet Uhuru. It is a fallacy that we have achieved what we initially intended to. The Freedom Charter clearly stated that the people shall govern, but what we see today is that the government is governing. Dynamics of power, that was from our comrades from Northern Cape. Dynamics of power need to change, and the status quo has to change as more power is invested in politicians, not the people in line with. There's to be an equilibrium between citizens and government. As students, the youth, we need to participate in development processes and community development, because nothing about us without us. We finally defeated our enemy. We were very enthusiastic as civil society to live in a democratic country where our human rights would be respected, where we would get justice and equality. We were non-existent. We were subjected to injustice, cruel and inhumane treatment. We had no rights. We were not recognized in parliament. Only the whites, Indians, coloreds were in parliament. We had 3 houses of parliament for whites, Indians, and coloreds. We had the truth and reconciliation process, and we were promised a healing process to give the nation a clean slate to start afresh on a pristine environment. Apparently, the author of this is here in the room. I'm sure they can actually identify what they shared. So this is powerful, comrades. These are just a few of the narratives. I wouldn't want to even get deeper into that particular conversation, but just to respond to Comrade Kolela, I think what we see today, the mere fact that we have quite a number of youth, I'm not so sure because I came in a bit late and I missed yesterday's proceedings as well. we have quite a number of youth in this particular room, fair enough, because they would need to participate. How many days is the program? 3 days, and including yesterday, 4 days. So what does it tell us? Does the NEDLAC still serve its purpose? I'm going back to that particular question. I'm glad that you articulated yesterday. We actually had a debate around it late in the night with Comrade Joseph, the three of us, when we're like, okay. So I'm glad that you touched on it. What does it tell us? It tells us that those who are representing us there at NEDLAC are not doing their job. That's the reality, whether we like to agree or not. But if they were really doing their jobs, our young ones should be somewhere right now, isn't it? Either working, right? They should be gainfully employed and contribute today. These days, there's technology. They should be contributing perhaps from the, through hybrid sessions, because we still need their voices. But the mere fact that those who are representing us are merely now to strategically position themselves politically, they are no longer really doing the job on our behalf. And this is so sad. The high rate of unemployment in this particular country is, I don't know how to describe, I don't know what term, the best term to say, but we are very disappointed. If the youth are not angry, I don't know. And this takes me to what these other, scholars also wrote about, the political settlement. It questions the idea of a social compact. What exactly is the key objective of this pronouncement that we need a new social compact? Taking into account what happened in July 2018, there were social unrest, right? We have COVID crisis, 2021, yes. We have COVID crisis. We have so many crises, as Comrade Kolola has also gathered within their, research. So, as we are sitting here, it would be hypocritical of us to assume that when politicians who the masses have lost trust in request us to redefine or draft another new social compact, they're genuine enough. So what does that mean? Yes, we bring in our input, but still we need to undertake our responsibility as civil society. And what is that? We have kind of since lost it. And my dear Comrade Kolela, I think she has summarized it all, that as CSOs, we also need to self-introspect. We now have hierarchies among ourselves, the elite, competition for resources, all you name, so many things, rivalry and all those, So the moment we are going to forget and bury our differences, that's the only way we could realize our power and potential, only in large numbers, if we are united as a force without looking at gender dynamics, without looking at color, class, and all other aspects. So basically, I think I might go on and on, but let's leave ourselves here with the question, who is really representing us at the NEDLAC level? Because in his framing, the president was clear, and he actually drew from how the NEDLAC process is framed, that government's role is to create an enabling environment and use public resources wisely. Business was to keep the country's national strategic objectives when taking decisions. Then organized labor was mandated with the huge responsibility of balancing the interests of workers and thus ensure business sustainability and job creation. Then civil society had the responsibility of holding government to account and participating in decision-making related to the compact. In addition, the role of civil society also is to monitor and ensure peace and enjoyment of constitutional rights for all. Are we doing this? Or are we divided? Are we fragmented as civil society? Are we united? The issue of peace and all those other aspects that we need to take into account. So I hope by the end of this particular very important conference, we will all be able to get together with one voice. No more need for competition. Last week at the National Gender Summit, we had, okay, I'm done, Comrade Glenn, 18 billion set aside to fight gender-based violence. The next thing we're going to witness is ourselves as civil society players strategically trying to, compete, shift. Why can't we unite and say, give us the money, then we'll know how we're gonna actually utilize it. Not for the elitists to actually come up with another strategy to continue looting. Thank you very much, comrades. Amandla! Amandla! I'm so sorry. Taking too long.
Mandla. Okay, to respond to Ukolelo, because she said I must be nice to her when I respond. I'm going to start by saying UDF was a success because we were sufficiently angry. It's one of the reasons, it's not the only reason. And also, we had a very clear enemy. Our enemy was the apartheid system. After 1994, it became a bit complex for us because we didn't know that with the changing terrain, our enemies will shape shift and become the people that we know as our comrades, our dear comrades. And this is the challenge that we have. And that is why we cannot come together quickly to develop a strategy. Because whilst you are identifying that this stepping, the way this comrade is now stepping, it is completely opposite to what we were, doing pre-94. Other comrades are still saying, no, let us watch him. Maybe there's a strategy, maybe there's a technique in this way that he is stepping. So, and this is why it has been so difficult for us. Coordination. I want to respond on the question of coordination because all these issues that are on the list, they are all important. They are all very, very important. And the reason we've got such a long list of issues that we must now address is because of the first one, that we took too long to respond. That's now the issues keep piling. And also the people are becoming very skilled at managing us because we have been managed very successfully. And that is why the issues keep piling. All I can say about coordination is that I agree with Kolelo. We need a Sangoko-like structure to coordinate. I have to say, please, if once we have the structure, please, nobody steal our money now. Okay, nobody steal our money. And as we are coordinating, perhaps piggybacking on the energy of Kagiso Trust, we must perhaps separate the issues to say within the entire CSO sector, these organizations are dealing with 1 or 2, even 4. These others are dealing with the, we share the issues as CSOs to say, we are not going to deal with all of them as one, CSO. We will separate and share them amongst ourselves. Yeah, Comrade Janet has spoken about the approach that we used. And I must say, this question of amandla awethu, the issue of the people shall govern, it came from a number of communities. In one provincial consultative dialogue, PCD, the community there raised the issue that it seems that the positions are inverted between the state and the citizens, because the citizens, they hold the rights, but they have given a role of custodianship to the state, quote unquote state. But it seems now the state is the one that is sort of laying the law for the citizens. And that is how they had expressed it. Other issues that were raised, the issue of healing, it came in all the PCDs, that we really lost an opportunity of ensuring that as a nation, we undergo a healing process, because it is now showing up with the kind of crimes. It's exceptionally violent. I would say that when I look at the whole of Africa, South Africa is the most violent nation in the whole of Africa. And we see it with the violent crimes. We see it with the, where we take people to court, we can see people have no conscience at all. Absolutely no conscience. Like the guy who killed Garabo. That guy, he was completely, I don't know, divorced from what he had done. There was nothing to show that he feels any kind of remorse or compassion for Garabo. So it's obvious that we need healing. It also shows up with the xenophobic incidents. And I think that's one, I can also link it with the whole idea that we have a challenge in our country of we don't access information, even knowledge, in the same way or to the same level, in such a way that we blame wrong people for the challenges that we are having in our country. For example, we don't talk enough about the global impact on our nation. What is happening on the global stage? It impacts all the nations of the world. And here we don't talk about that because, for example, the quote unquote ANC Congress had ruled that they want to, what were they saying about the Reserve Bank? They said something about the Reserve Bank, but that cannot be implemented because of what? The outside interests. So you understand that as we talk as South African citizens, all we are saying will be vetoed outside South African borders. And we have to live with uncomfortable arrangements. Another issue that came up very strongly from the communities, our PCDs, is the whole issue of GBV. And I think when we look at how it affects different age groups in our society, how they affect girl and boy children in our society, it is really becoming unmanageable. We also have the issue of GBV in the workplace. I know that many people in the civil society space think that GBV only happens at home and in our communities, but the truth of it is that it is so bad in South Africa that you are not only experiencing sexual harassment in the workplace, but you can even die from those GBV engagements within the workplace. We have 3 women who were killed in the workplace
in this nation of South Africa. The recommendations, I loved the recommendations that came from the ground. I'm gonna share just one of these recommendations. It came from Gauteng, this one. Comrades in Gauteng, they were saying, we must come up with cooperative finance arrangements. And they were saying, for example, we get the 350 rand. Ne? How about if a million of us came together with our 350s and built something, you know, for the future, something sustainable, instead of just getting 350 as an individual that you really cannot even keep for even one day. Shocking, of course, that some people were able to start businesses with 350. Well, the wealth transfer, also there is an observation that it seems as if the wealth transfer is not going in the right direction. It seems that the wealth transfer that is happening in South Africa is the wealth transfer that is from the poor to the wealthy. How? If we look at our last MTBPS, the last budget speech from our finance minister, he said 11.4 billion will be cut from the education budget. 6.9 billion would be cut from the health budgets. 10 billion will be cut from the employment programs that the states from time to time comes up with. So we can see that instead of the public purse getting more that goes to the citizens, especially the poor citizens of the country, the cuts will have a negative impact on the same poor citizens of South Africa. I was told 7 minutes. No. You are cheating me. But I'm going to end here and say we are going to release our reports, hopefully, I don't know, this month or whenever. Thank you very much for your ears.
Thank you to our wonderful presenters, starting, of course, with Comrade Tolelo. And I know there are several, hands, up in the air, very keen to contribute to this discourse, this discussion. I also want to thank our wonderful doctor for urging us to hold government accountable all the time. And of course, for Fundisile to, for raising all the different, studies that they've gone through and so on. As to how we go forward, I have a suggestion, perhaps, because I can see a lot of people are keen to say something. We seated around the table, all of us. I would like us to, afford you more time. Let's say maybe 5-6 minutes around your table, so that you have a bit of intense discussion around these issues, the kind of proposals that have surfaced, particularly from Kolelo's presentation. And I would, for instance, be very happy if you focus on those proposals for social compacting, looking at areas, for instance, like coordination, given the fact that we are fragmented as a sector, civil society sector. What are the best ways, to coordinate our work and engage state and other, stakeholders in this social compacting? I would like us to determine the key values, the principles, and the ethical conduct of ourselves as civil society, so that our work is, work of integrity. And also determine areas of engagement. What are the issues? Comrade Tolelo specified specific issues that, at least we should look at. And of course, what are the models for social compacting? And what are the key areas in terms of policy that perhaps we can begin to, focus on? So, but have a flexible discussion, but I want us to determine specific, proposals, or even validate the proposals that Tolela is, spoken about. But I give you 5 minutes to do that. And after that, I would request each and every table to present their findings, their commentary, and if there are specific questions, the questions that you agree on, so that, you forward them to our presenters. So let's begin that kind of discussion.
National Economic Development How is that? No, what happens there is that in the government, we've got business, we've got labor, then you've got right. The idea of Netflix was that it was a platform that was created for dialogue between government, business, and the rest of the like each sector has their own agenda. But now the idea was that we should share things so that they can inform whatever that government we can see now the idea. Yeah. For example, I think you remember the issue of Facebook. Yeah. It was debated at that time. And everyone was a member of the side of business, what we call Facebook mainstream. On the side of the government said, but the idea is that, okay, we have differences. What is the middle ground where we can all agree and be able to say it's not economically, it's a win-win for everybody. We might not necessarily agree 100%. Labor would say this, civil society, most people trade and civil society will be the same language. But at times, we find that business is a system, government is also in different positions. The idea is we're not saying it's a total solution because we still have our own but from experience, because I used to sit in that no, society. Yeah. I'm from the business sector. Because we're part of civil society. Okay, someone is going to speak. All right.
We're to 2 minutes. 2 minutes left. Sorry, but we're to 2 minutes. One person should speak. 2 minutes. Yeah, no, I'm saying 2 minutes left. And someone is going to speak. Sorry, but we're 2 minutes left. One person is going to speak. So remember too, I know it's a big table, but we still only have 2 minutes left and one person is going to speak. Yeah? Halfway through, sorry, 2 minutes left and one person is speaking. You're right. There's no this table, you got. They will elect you to say, no. All right, and is that do that quickly? Sharp. Yeah, 5 minutes are up, boss.
All right, comrades. And those that are participating via Zoom, I'm sure you're going to send through your comments and questions as well. Let's have the first table sharing with us their perspectives and their comments on the presentation. If there's a particular question, please raise it up as well. Which table wants to be the first? So you represent the views of your table. Even if there's no kind of agreement on what you're saying, but at least represent your table. And I give you a minute or two to do that. So shall we have the table on the far end? Yeah. And pass on the mic to the speaker from the table.
Speaker?
Okay, yes.
Ready? No, we're starting here. Are you ready?
Good afternoon. My name is Benon Ngumayo. I'm from Mpumalanga Peace and Development Federation. I'm a peace ambassador. And then there are two issues that we want to clarify, but I will deal with the first one, which is critical and very personal to me. On the issue around NEDLEC and all this, we go back to the question you wanted to know if NEDLEC served the purpose. To me, it was a big no. Going back to 1992, 1979, going back, traditional leaders had power to be the leaders in the community. Number two, after 1994, we stripped off the power from the traditional leaders. That's where yesterday somebody spoke about the land belonging to the traditional leaders taken away from them by the councillors and government, but they don't touch the land belonging to the white person. That's point number one, meaning that after or during your consultative engagement in all the provinces, did you consult, did you speak, did you take note of the traditional leadership that can represent everybody in the rural areas? Number two, the power within the traditional leaders, it's a permanent power. Unlike the power given to the councillors and the politicians, it's only for 5 years. So those people were given power from God. And then we give power to the politicians to abuse us. So I think maybe you can go back to that point and look at the issue of social and people living in peace without traditional leaders. It won't work.
So
Number two,
what's your recommendation?
I recommend that let's go back, involve traditional leaders, go back to basics, and then the issue of go back to basics. The issue is if we give politicians 5 years to misuse and abuse us, it's not going to end. Look at Britain. Britain, they're still using the traditional ways they've been using. King Charles, King whoever, they're still using it now. They don't run away from their traditional way of doing things. If we do that, we go back to basics and try to work together with the traditional leaders, then we're going to go on. And then the second point, my brother here will just...
Okay.
Thank you. Patrick Mashanda from Ikamva Youth. The other point we raised was about healing. We observe that sometimes it's generalized. Healing from what? For who? Because the issues that affect us are not affecting us at the same level, or even from historically, we actually impacted on differently. So there's need for that kind of like not apply a one size fits all to the issue of healing. That's why we have violence in the communities. That's why we have criminality effects. So we need to focus on that component. Then I think this component of unity of the civil society is also critical. Even as Kagiso Trust has gathered us here to speak with one voice, which is actually a very good step, which we must not stop, which we need to continue to really drive on. The last bit is that there are gatekeepers who are benefiting when the society is not actually, when we don't have this social impact. There are non-profit organizations that are benefiting from looted monies. There are non-profit organizations that have gotten monies, be it from Lord or from wherever, through other channels, which they know. And those ones will not at all like it when things are okay. They would not like it at all when there's a social compact. There are people, be it even in government, there are people who don't want for things to actually, for society to be together. We may need in our strategy, even as we work through this conference, to figure out methodologies or methods of addressing those gatekeepers. We know them who don't want it. We need to say, how do we address them? The moment we talk around, it won't help. We know them. How do we come up with a very solid structure to hold them accountable, to list them, to name and shame if it were possible?
Thank you, comrade. Okay, next table, and make it more brief, crisp, to the point, and specify your recommendations.
Yes, 2 minutes. We also only have 2 points. But I think to start off, I think the one contradiction, or not even a contradiction, is or big problem statement is that when we're creating these compacts, it's the elite who are doing so. And it was mentioned earlier. It's a very elitist thing. And I think that's fundamentally the problem, is the model needs to change. To exclude the voices or to not recognize them as legitimate and genuine voices, whether it's rural, urban, wherever, they are engaging. And I think that's part of the big problem we have, is how do we give voice and platform to those communities, to those people who are not represented. And I think the model we're exploring here is devolution. I know we mentioned around Kenya and how Kenya has given power to localized communities, even for a national budget, to go to community first and then work it upwards where they then adopt. So devolution as a key thing there. I think the idea of what a new compact must look like, and we've commonly come together to address issues and react quickly to things. But none of that speaks to a vision. So we're not speaking to goal-orientated approaches where there are things we set out for ourselves as a collective. Like you mentioned, there isn't going to be consensus for everything. But if there's a vision that this is the society we want, then at least we can set goals that get us there. So I think those are two of the key things to look for. But also this idea of inclusion and generalization. I think I spoke to it in the first point, but inclusion can't be, the NEDLAC model is not working. Yesterday, MCVC said it needs to change. So if this leads to a convention, part of that convention must be what is people's power? I mean, the idea of traditional leaders only representing a particular voice might be good, but it's again excluding voices who are existing in those communities, who are suffering, who aren't being heard. So we need to think through even the current modes. That back to basics thing is too generalized. It's too, it's not focused on specifics that we can work on. Sure.
Thank you so much. Aspect of inclusivity, very crucial. Thank you. Next table.
Good afternoon, everyone. We particularly looked at the issue of coordination. And I think the first thing we looked at was we need some sort of mother body that sort of helps us coordinate as CSOs. Now, this can be something that's, is established nationally and has a presence in every single province. Now, next we look at the issue of digitization. I believe one of our panelists there spoke about, sort of a hybrid model for the youth. And we believe digitization is very, very important in sort of the establishment of the communication between CSOs. What we were looking at is a platform that's perhaps available provincially and nationally, where CSOs could sort of go on, have commissions online and invite government to sort of join our commissions online. And this would be an ongoing process. So we don't spend maybe a whole year before we start to discuss amongst ourselves and say, this is what can be done. We also looked at maybe one key area in terms of policy. I believe we were limited by time. We wanted to discuss a lot. So these are just sort of our rushed ideas. But we looked at the economy, and one of our key thoughts was we need a policy that sort of, South Africa is a very risk-averse country. Our banks don't want to give our young business people business loans. Young entrepreneurs don't have any area where they can find fundings. And thus we need a policy that sort of looks to those issues. How do we develop young businesses when there is no capital to establish young businesses? So those were the two key areas we looked at. And yeah.
Thank you. The need for a national coordinating body for civil society, and of course, focus on making the economy more inclusive and participatory. Thank you. Yes, let's have another table. Or is there another person from the table who wants to make a contribution?
They're making me stand. Okay. Okay, we've got different views. We need a process of healing for the nation. And it should start with the communities. We need to understand the social community. Communities need to understand the social community rights. They should know the rights and privileges. Apartheid was a political, democracy was a political solution to a social problem, and we still have social problems. The KT should take role played by Sengoko. Ministerial budget should filter down to civil society, and we need to monitor citizenship so citizens can benefit from the social offering. Thank you.
So thank you so much for that rights-based approach to exploration of social problems. That should be done by civil society in the social compacting. Okay, let's move to another table. Yes.
Okay, is this table ready? Do you have someone? You're ready.
Yeah, and please no preamble.
Yeah, thanks. I think firstly we need to organize ourselves as that proposal of revisiting Sangogo, or we do something else, but we need as civil society to organize ourselves. And then, that vehicle, we need that vehicle as soon as possible. We need to come with a time frame for that vehicle, that organizing part, so that we can get recognition. The second part is the visiting the Electoral Act, because one of the things is that we know that where is the act is, but we find that I think they tried to manipulate that act. That is the issue. So it must be revisited, or as civil society, we must really raise voice on that. Yeah. The third part is that we need to reclaim our representation in the network and other bodies. We must start prioritizing, reclaim our representation in that field. So the last one is that we must ensure that we visiting our policy space, revisiting the policy space, like NPO bill now is coming, and we need really as civil society to raise voice on this matter and scrap it. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
If I may just add the last one on it, please. So, roping in as well the traditional leaders. I heard somebody talk about traditional leaders, roping them in, see how we exhausted the minerals from the land held by traditional leaders in order to resource ourselves and have, I heard you ma'am say something about means of production, which would give us a stronger representation anywhere else. Thank you very much.
Great, comrades. Let's move to another table. Okay, sharpen to the point.
Giving too much power to politicians. You see, there's a state, there's government. The two need to be separated. You see, you go to England, you go to Germany, you've got government, they report to the state. Here in South Africa, something of that nature does not exist because everything is integrated into one. So you must actually make it a point that there is a state, and then there's also government, and then the government account to the state directly.
Wonderful. So we need government to do its job. Okay. Let's move to the next table.
Thank you very much, Chair, on that one. On my table, this one was a hard one because we have a lot of solutions and recommendations. But I'll start with first things first, the decision making. I believe that the decision making that we have as a country, actually, it's not from us as a it's not from the civil society. So it's mostly from decision makers of the capitalist, and that's the problem itself. So that's why when we speak of the power, it's in the society, it's in the people. Power because of after elections, and then there's a lot of challenges. Now the government has even made decisions without us consulting us, and I don't know what is the relationship between the government and their people because of why when we are not consulted. There is a gentleman here in the table about Ilangabo waste management organizations, but instead the government has moved away to developing dumping sites of about 1.3 million extensions is extend a dumping site, and yet these organizations are trying hard to work around that 1.3 million could have helped when it comes to the homeless people, the poverty, people who are living in really disadvantaged environments. So really, without this communication between the two, there is a challenge there, and we have a crisis. Rules that keep on changing when it comes to curriculum education. It makes the youth not to be unemployment. The youth unemployment is no longer about the conversation of youth that is unemployed, but we are creating the youth that is unemployable, and we need to work around that because of as the youth, we cannot applaud these things as in why government is. And what they've raised is organizations like Abonetlek, they are not known. They are not known, you know. It's some of us actually who maybe go to these conferences who know, but organizations within the ground, these mother organizations that are on top representing the civil society, they are not there. And we believe that they should be known on the local level. They should be known on this community so that why we go on these communities that are disadvantaged, we go on these communities and we have these dialogues in the communities where right people vouch and explains their problems so that why they can be heard. And the others are human rights. You know, this maybe first let me start with this research of human rights, expressions, the assemblings, associations, these rights that we have of the society, they comply, and they are the most important one because they are the cornerstones that make policy making, by the way. But these rights are the most trembled rights. They are the most destroyed rights. And that's where these rights, we feel like they have power to formulate policy, they have power to impact the economy, but they are not really taken seriously. And there is no one within these civil societies that has power to say, how do we make them accountable when they do that, actually? So we need to, I think, come up with strategies of how do we make them accountable. If we voted for them, why don't we decide to say who's becoming accountable? But I know why, because of we don't even elect our judicial system, we don't elect our justice system. It is elected by the cabinet itself. So of course they are going to report to the government itself.
Great,
so that's the challenge. And then you know, the last one is the recommendations, where this report is going. We have the reports from each and every person. We have researched from these people. Of course, some of us were not consulted, but we hear the reports, it's fine. We will say, we'll suppose that they come from the communities, but where are they going? We are not told. Yes, so we need to know those type of things to say, where are these the reports going? And then if they are going to we need to take these reports to the people in power, so that we can hold them accountable itself. And then the other recommendations are collaborations, and let's stop these talk shows that we have and make follow-ups on top of this researches that we have, these reports. Why don't we do follow-ups after that? So that if there is no follow-up, therefore we see that, okay, actually this organization is not representing us. Let us appoint another organization that can represent us. We cannot have one organization that is failing us and yet is in the position of power. And then the education system, when it comes to awareness about this kind of things, to say, why don't we are educated on our communities, on a level communities, to say these conferences, these dialogues are actually about decision-making of the country, especially when it comes to the civil society, but people are not aware of that. That's why we don't even know why do we vote from the first place. We don't even know how these rights of ours are acting when it comes to being there. So a network should be known to the local level, and we want law to protect us when we talk about these issues, because of as much as they've raised that the councillors are being killed, people who are fighting these systems are being killed, us as the civil society, we feel like we are at risk, and that's why some of us, we cannot talk. We feel like, we are going to be killed. So protection from the law should be there for us. Thank you
so much. Thank you so much. I know I gave you limited time. I gave you limited time, to discuss this very crucial issue of, I hope we had enough time, but, time is always a problem, of course. And given that, it's not only ourselves here, but we have, participants, participating virtually. I just want to read out some of their comments. We have Russell Rensbeck commenting to all of us here. And he's saying, as the Rural Health Advocacy Project is shaped by the right to healthcare, we learned during COVID that while the Constitution affords everyone the right to access healthcare, this did not translate into a unified country response to the crisis. Instead, access was often determined. Yeah, I'll get to them. Yeah, but I just want to read out, what other people are also saying about, the kind of discussion we're having now. I was saying, Russell says, as the Rural Health Advocacy Project is shaped by the right to healthcare, we learned during COVID that while the Constitution affords everyone the right to access healthcare, this did not translate into a unified country response to the crisis. Instead, access was often determined by the ability to pay, from accessing a test to accessing the care. As we transition, from COVID, we face the same challenges, albeit much deeper and global uncertainty, volatility, making the future path uncertain. And Mandisa Zilani, she's saying, how will social compacts impact communities on issues of unemployment, inequalities, and poverty? Why should communities look forward to the social compact? And, Russell responds, I think he says, if we as civil society want to remain relevant, we need to address our accountability to the communities we advocate on behalf of or deliver services to, as well as how we set priorities. And then Anne Brown, I think it's Anne Brown. She says, just transition budget has an allocation of grants to the value of 329.7 million for communities and foundations. Please discuss how civil society organizations can access this grant. So these are some of the comments from our participants online. Let me give the last table, to share their, proposals as well and make it quick. Lunch is already being served, so we need to be aware of that as well. And just to indicate where lunch is served, it's at Pumulong, which is behind this building. But let's have the last table, giving their perspective on the issue. Yeah.
2 tables.
Or 2 tables, but make it quick so that, yeah.
Thank you very much. We actually discussed just 2 issues. I think we agree that the disintegration of civil society has cost us much. I used to serve in NEDLEC, and I know how disorganized civil society is. Actually, we're fighting each other because others are co-opted. So as a result, we rarely have a common position. If not, we are pushing a particular agenda. And if you do not agree with that agenda, there's a tendency of isolating you. So I'm talking from experience. So unity of civil society is key. As long as we are divided, we will still become a joke because there are civil society organizations that are there to serve particular interests and not the interest of civil society in general. So our unity is key for us to be able to make an impact. Secondly, I think somebody raised an issue about the issue of our society being very violent. And we have neglected the project of healing and reconciliation because we still need to heal. I mean, you can hear from some of the people, there's still anger. I mean, you saw the GBV conference. It was almost a disaster because what you heard there is that people were pushing, I know this is an important issue, but some people were pushing their own agenda. And sometimes anger can in actual fact disrupt a good process because people want to express what they want to express and without necessarily thinking about the unity of civil society in general. Lastly, and this is out of concern, today, there is a closing of the discussion around the Electoral Act. Short notice, and people are being pushed to make submissions quickly and without being given a fair opportunity and chance to express themselves. And what you have is that we are going to end up with something that has been crafted somewhere. And then whatever inputs we are making, they will be irrelevant because they will tell us that you were given an opportunity. I'm also from the Moral Regeneration Movement. As the MRM, we have many objections that we have raised. And today we are told 12 o'clock, guys, it's after 12, they will be closing that process. And I think we should challenge that process because there is no way that you can discuss such an important act and give people a short notice. And then you know very well what is it that you want to achieve. So I think it's high time that we put our differences aside and focus on issues that will bring us together and be able to express one common view as civil society. So the unity of civil society, it's very critical. It is the soul of this civil society and our survival.
Thank you, comrade.
The issue of us and them doesn't work. We must begin to see ourselves as one and actually try to develop a common voice. Thank you.
Solidarity forever. Okay, let's move to the last table.
Yeah, thanks. Let me start by saying, as this table, we wanted to raise a concern and were not given the opportunity. So in short, I just want to say the struggle that we have to engage in is to fight against bureaucracy within government and the civil society sector, including fighting the bureaucracy amongst the organizers of this conference. That is the first one. The second point that I want to raise is to fight against NGOs that are keeping us going around in circles. Whilst the NGOs themselves know the reason for that. Because one thing that the government did successfully was to demoralize civil society. And once there's demoralization, there's demobilization. We have been demobilized deliberately so that the bureaucrats can continue to accumulate. And these bureaucrats can be found in government and in civil society, in trade unions, in the NGOs. For them, privileges come first than the communities. So these are some of the things that we need to address. Having spoken, Kolelo, about the network, I think we need to learn something here. To say where there are bureaucrats, there's never going to be any unity of civil society organizations. Because bureaucrats, whether they are within us, they've got their own agendas, as opposed to the agendas of the needy and the poor people. Amongst us here, we are still being regarded as research objects. And research does generate a lot of money, which does not filter through to communities, nor does it support any alternatives to the challenges that we have. To Kagiso Trust, to say, the leadership of Kagiso Trust, when you invite us, don't treat us as if we are kids in a preschool. Give us the opportunity to speak and to raise the concerns, because it doesn't mean because you are in the leadership of Kagiso Trust, therefore there you master everything, you know everything. You learn from us. I think part of the recommendations that I want to throw to the table is that not unless we focus our attention in fighting to dismantle the corporate power, because this is what is our biggest enemy. The neoliberal agenda or policies that are being rolled out, the neoliberal agenda that are being pushed down our throat is that which is killing us. Thank you.
So the role is very clear. Dismantle neoliberalism.
We're not done at this table as yet. One other point that I want to bring home is, I'm repeating myself again today. Traditional leaders are in cahoots with government and government officials. As I'm speaking to you today, we are fighting a terrible war whereby my life in particular is in danger because of traditional leaders who are selling our land to mining companies and to shopping malls. As I'm speaking to you today, Abuti, our hospital that serves more than 21 villages, Tusong Hospital on the R503 to Mafikeng, is closed by Madoda Sambata. Madoda Sambata, who claims that there's a dolomite underneath the hospital that they neglected since 1994. So we are not going to listen to anybody, especially the people who were actually pushed into our lives like traditional leaders. They're not born leaders. They were traditional leaders. They are not chiefs. And as far as I'm concerned, in South Africa is a republic. It's not a monarchy. South Africa is a republic. It's not a monarchy. And we are not going to listen to anybody who's going to destroy us in the name of chiefs and traditional leaders, because they were forced on into our throats by the apartheid government. And whilst we're still there, when we're talking about land, there's Hendrik Verwoerd used to give his white counterparts money to do farming on the land. Our government has never given anybody money to plow or to do anything. They just gave us land, a barren land with nothing. So please, let's think, and let's not come here and cover other people's backs because we're rubbing shoulders with them. Thank you.
Thank you. So civil society's participation should be guided by critical consciousness. We should always be asking questions. Okay. Let me call upon Glenn to give, a summary of the discussions and, possibly give us a way forward as well. And I also want to thank our key presenters here. And Tolela, would you like to say one or two things? After him, yes, yeah, then we'll close. Yeah, after Glenn, yeah. Or maybe before Glenn, yeah, but just be close, Glenn. Tolela, just give you 2-3 minutes to wrap up, and yeah. Just one. Okay. Yeah.
I just speak. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that engagement, which was very robust. And for me, it's always exciting engaging in these spaces with civil society, because there's a lot of honesty, and whether the space is safe or not. That's what I appreciate by, the activism that always emerges when civil society is brought together. And I know in some quarters, it's very difficult to handle that kind of feedback, but I appreciate. But I'd like to first acknowledge my respondents here for the insights, especially drawing from their own research that we also looked at, to try and draw comparisons. But what I take from the respondents, number one, is the idea that NEDLAC, actually, we need to be honest about it, that those who represent civil society at NEDLAC may not be doing, what they're mandated to do. And we need to be honest about it. We need to actually address it head on. And then there's also, I think there was also this idea of, a common enemy that we had. Maybe that was, the impetus behind the mass democratic movement, because there was a clear enemy and there was sufficient anger. But I think our country is getting to that point where the anger is almost sufficient. You can feel it in the air, especially among young people. So we could be reaching that tipping point. It could be a moment of crisis, but actually we have to take advantage of that crisis. And yes, as I was saying, we looked at the list, compared it with what came out of NEDLAC, even though we found synergies. And I know, I commented that the list is too long, and your response was that actually it's too long because we took too long. And I think that's actually a useful intervention, because if we take too long, then these things keep piling up, and already we are frightened by the length of the various lists. And yes, we do need another Sangoko. And I think from the floor, very good inputs. The insights around the role of traditional leaders, especially in a democracy, is something that needs to be dealt with also head on, because we've engaged with them when we're doing some of our social compacting work for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. And there were things that they were also putting to the table. But the question is whether they're willing to forego some of their privileges as much as they offer. Especially in policing, there were some instructive ideas there where they were saying, well, police don't have the capacity. Can the traditional leaders help in terms of petty theft? But we've seen what happened in the Eastern Cape, wherein a traditional leader was involved with policing and people's houses were burnt. And, again, in this constitutional democracy, is there a role for that? On elitist compacts, yes, compacts are elitist globally, But in South Africa, we've got an opportunity to create our own unique compact, because also, I mean, remember what we're recovering from, who said, what are we healing from? Our history. We still carry those scars. So, and others would say it's a different kind of war that we experience. So maybe even our compact requires itself to be a different kind of compact. Already we're including civil society. You don't find that anywhere else in the world where a compact will involve civil society. So maybe ours will not be an elitist one. It will be a different kind of compact. On Electoral Act, I think that's something, it's an opportunity that we can take away from this meeting. At the end of this conference, whether the deadline has been missed or not, because I've commented on the long list, but now here's a priority that concerns us all. Can we galvanize ourselves around that? It's a low-hanging fruit, it's there, and we can galvanize society. We've got sufficient anger in society to deal with that. Yes, there's a long list of things, but can we deal with this one right now before 2024 and demonstrate to the bureaucrats actually that we still have the agency as civil society? In terms of what happened in COVID, from the input from those colleagues who are joining us virtually, yes, there were lessons from COVID, and it also amplified our inequalities and hence the issues of access to health and no unified responses. If you're in the township, you had the army. If you're in suburbia, you could walk your dog and so on. But there were some lessons. I indicated that we found out that business can be activist, you know, through COVID. I've never seen anything like that. So how do we keep them in that same momentum? Because there's many other crises. It can't just be, okay, this is how they responded, because they put in money, they put in millions towards that response. So they must continue. There's a long list of priorities. They need to apply the same energy. So for me, that is a key lesson. But Electoral Act, I think that's one priority. We're not forgetting the other ones. We can leave this meeting with that in our minds, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Tolela.
Thank you very much. Just quickly, I think just building up from Kolela, I think it's just for us to, it's a way of trying to undermine our power from below, whatever is happening with the Electoral Act. So yeah, urgent action needed now. So for me, I think from the entire conversation, I think what is critical for me is that NEDLAC is where everything is centered, because the social compact is a product of the NEDLAC process. So if we are not well represented, then we simply gonna end up like a talk shop, like what Comrade Matthew has just alluded to, that, and the other comrade, where does the research go to? So this is by time we need to tighten our belts and ensure that we don't have co-opted individuals representing civil society in the name of messiahs and whatever. Who exactly is representing us and on what issues is what is critical for me. And thank you very much. Fight corporate power, that's comrade. I think we can't leave this room without talking about how the mining industry is central to our economy and how it is actually dispossessed. You know, the mining corporates continue to dispossess our communities of their land. The issue of the unanswered, the national question, the land, lest we forget. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
And royalty may not even live long in Europe anyway.
Thank you so much to our presenters. Very succinct, you know, and Glenn, please come forward and to give us your closing remarks and summary of this commission. I hope you will be able to point out, you know, the key direction that we're supposed to take and specify specific, you know, proposals as well. Thank you.
Cool. So I think let's just summarize this very briefly from what everybody has said. I think the common understanding is that whatever social compact or compacting happens needs to rest on the power of the people. The general direction of all your comments was, how do we revitalize civil society as a key ingredient for compacting from below? That means building a people's movement of people's power with various elements and dimension. I think what all our voices have been saying is categorically, if globally elite compacting has led to outcomes for those societies, we demand a people's compact from below, right? Central to that is building the mechanisms and models of engagement, of hearing people's voices and holding democratic space, which is to say that in our practice, we must not replicate the bureaucratic behaviors of those in power, nor must we push agendas, but we must work tirelessly to be accountable and hold each other accountable. At the center of that accountability must be a principled vision of a just, equal, prosperous, and peaceful society. If you agree, please clap. Is that the consensus? Yes. Right. Okay. Now, where do we go with this? Firstly, we must go back to the people. Yes? We must ground ourselves in the people. We are not creating structures in the air for ourselves. So what is the process then? I think this is the question. Do we use digital platforms? Do we use community mobilization? What forms and blends of organizing takes us back to the people? But more importantly, how do we strengthen ourselves to be the bridge from the people to the people in power? Yeah. So that mobilization process needs a strategic understanding of the spaces and opportunities for engagement of a new collective from below, a new collective from below. But the strategic capacity, if it's NEDLAC, we don't have to debate these things, which structures they are. Is it parliament? We must go beyond saying one act, the electoral act, we were given short notice. All these things are circuses that make us run around. And we know that the game has already been played. So how do we engage the decision makers, the parliamentary process, and the governmental process that says, sorry, as civil society, we are setting a standard for participation, inclusion, and consultation, a people's-based standard that demands from the state, when you want inputs from the people, resource the people to be heard. Yeah. So we want a new culture of community-based dialogues, right? Right from every community, from the length and breadth of our country. We want to be at the table, but when we are there, we must not convert ourselves into the opposite. So where is the value base? And again, this is a mechanism and values and principle question, which is linked to our vision. How are we going to hold ourselves accountable? How are we going to ensure that none amongst us is a false prophet, profiting from the poverty of our people? Yeah. So we have some concrete suggestions. Lastly, there's this whole question of challenging the whole underlying systemic political economy of South Africa, right? The whole thing. And central to this is saying we are going to anchor our future. No, we're not going to anchor our future. We're going to hand our future to our future. We must give the youth the power, and that means opening the economic doors, and that means having very concrete proposals on bank loans, on capital access from all of these venture capitalists and mining houses. We want our money back. You robbed our parents, you are not going to rob our children. Give the money back. And we mean this concretely and practically. We do not need the state. We demand all of these 4 big banks who have squeezed this country, who have made the greatest amount of money, they must return the money to our children. Yeah. So, colleagues, we will debate other questions, dimensions of our problem, particularly safety and security as it pertains to women, youth, and children. I think we've got ideas, but we need to see what is generic and broad. yeah, and can actually be done everywhere. But our bottom line is we're building a compact of the people, by the people, for the people, from the ground up, and we will have one united voice going forward. I thank you.
Amanda. Long live civil society, long live. Okay, comrades, lunch is currently being served. Let's think about, are we going to participate in the next commissions? So there are the two commissions that will kickstart just after lunch. Lunch will be served until 3 o'clock. So when you return, decide which commission you will, go to. So I thank you so much for your active participation and the proposals that you've determined.
Thank you very much. As we go for lunch, please note that we have a book. I have a book, Leading Like a Woman. I want you to appoint and elect women. Thanks. If we follow like the requirement as a province. And just follow us. When they speak so well, so calm. What must it be just about the steps, about the judgment?
How could I come in? Let me, what do you want to do? Let's take a selfie.
Oh, yeah.
Well done. It's like we've spoken to each other before.
Now, what does everything be the UN now? That is, because I know the bill of the NVE, the UN also thing is the UN, because the UN is trying to do something. And we don't have the courage. It started well. The UN started well, but I don't know where they are now. But I think it's what upsets I don't now. Our country is about 98% aligned to the SDGs. But we like to want so we deliver on the SDGs. And we take the position of America with climate change and we say we don't care. Can you imagine? Because America can tell them that we don't give a damn about your COP27 and whatnot.
And we
But you know, we're there.
our leaders are the first ones to say how high.
We're shutting down in for no more coal.
No, coal is actually going out of the way. Yeah. Commission.
The trucks that are going down, like this side, like they're all carrying coal. So now what? Are we going to save ourselves from this? What? Yes. So like, you can take a picture and talk at the same time.
Yes. You know, Joseph is in SDG 16. He's also sitting with the UN template. Him also. Right? You know what I mean? Please, guys, save us. Save us from all of this.
I get excitable, and then I start using my hands, and then I'm thinking about it. So when I see people like this. Referencing this area, there's violence here. I don't know, like, I think this is the second person who's saying, no, like the area, like the box bed, but no, it was something that happened. I don't know, like some violence. 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 Yesterday when we were coming down, no, I don't think the condition had that controls. Whatever. And there's violence there, so violence. We must go and bring the ice down. Yes. Apart from four my favorite. Then let's change the remove social dialogue from network and form another entity, maybe another social dialogue. Because the current decision foundation is done by law. But they're not, they can carry on as friends, neighbor, and then remove the half of it is taken over by another formation. And we've asked Lisa, the head of network, but is network willing to go through a process? Lisa, we asked if she's willing to allow a process where the network act then is amended if there's this gatekeeping. Yeah. You know, because we can't keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Rather remove these things that concern. So that she can see that the questions are coming more. We all know it's the. No, it's not. No, don't think I'm prepared. It's for such many once so that is carried by the municipality, because I used to also that thing it's the comrades from, you know, the experts that but I mean the thing like I mean that's you can move it another issue. No, it might have been Amuswe or my head. From this, from the youth, yeah, so when is it? It's about right now. What we got is the concept note. It's again
like, I think early next year. Because right now we're finalizing the last cohort of our research project. So it's the next one, it's the fifth wave. So we're concluding those ones and so you must please participate in that one, the migration one, because it's taken long, we took our time. Everyone was responding to, xenophobia, like, no, let's watch the thing. Because again, it has to be long term for us in the responses to. So a lot of the reports that have come out on this, I mean, they latched onto certain concepts where people just coming up, and then you find that actually as this thing evolves, it's taking shape. More nuance as well, different ones. Yes. I'm hoping you have yeah, because I'm thinking I need to pass on your name too. But we don't need one time. You might share it. That's Indralamid. You didn't have baby the other time. That baby was like contributing. No, man, that boy. I'm like, because I'm like Janet, because we just said Janet. No, but I said, when I'm wearing my Indralamid, so today I was like, my full-time job. Yes. No, but then you are contributing to Indralamid. Now we've got research as Mistra, not Indralamid. Because remember, Mistra is a partner in Indralamid. Like I'm currently like acting intermediate of that. But there's many other, there's GIBS, there's us, there's social service, and so on. So now, part of this research agenda, we are doing it for a long-term 18-month project specifically. But what we participated on contributes to what ABBA was. Those results ABBA was presenting this morning, it's insights from you guys. So that's that process. But there was an element of migration. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. No, I remember. There's a baby, you're like, I know when Janet speaks, there's a baby. No, that's what I did. My kids are like now 25 and yeah, I got twins are 25 and then my youngest is 19. They all know like my work in the administrative under the table. But people find it like queer when they do it. No, for me, I like it because people used to look at me like, even in my workplace, people only started giving birth during COVID. Who's bringing kids? Four babies came out of COVID. But now, even my boss is starting to understand that people have to leave early. Oh, the child, this is not well, so I need to leave. Yeah. So before, I used to push for these things. I'm like, okay. On a Friday. What time? I don't know. Later, on my pastor. You know what you do? You start there. That's how you go away.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Fish. I will go for it. What's this? I will never go. You remember the day I came to the Tarago? Yeah. I'm putting it in my feet here. I'll come and sleep. What? What? What do we got? Okay. You can't give a charger. A charger in the back. You can't give a charger. No. You don't need charger. Anymore. Don't give a charger anymore. I need the back. Yeah. What do you? Yeah. Yeah. I'm telling you this one. This one is cool. See? Hey,
So nice to hear your voice. At a conference, yes. So that's why I put up with it, because I was done my best. But also, yes. Okay. About the first part, and also for your next. So you know, maybe try to.
What is this? Oh, sengithi cell phone yomuntu. Ah, Joe. Lekho zivuliwe yazi. Uqala la kule sithi. Yeah. Ngithathe ikhathi isiphumu ikhathi sasa. Ngiyayibona. Ukuthi ngomisa ikhathi lesi. Ya. Ngibona ikhathi lesi.
Iyakhathwa namanje. Phela kuba. Phela 5. In big 5. Okay, ngikahle nje lapho. Sorry.
I need a picture. Yes.
You want the picture?
Say she.
Eh? You?
Next one, eh? Another company. One is where. Yeah, please, I would do that.
Yeah. So people can see what we're doing at home. Are you winning? Yeah, yeah.
Just sit my brother, no one. Sit that way there. Yeah, because if we're talking that.
Bro, I'm planning to give him the microphone as well.
Yeah. Yeah. You tell the sheep.
You want your one is what you want this one? Okay.
It's okay. Yes. Okay.
You must join these ones.
Okay. No, let me come.
And take another one.
Ah, you're taking a video. No, please, you join them, do the photo. Then once you want, they're waiting for a. Oh, I really want to church. That's it. Now, yeah, okay, let's sit down now. Get you the. Yeah, say the fine.
Now, yes, I'm ready. Serious.
If you have a so I can send it to you.
Okay. No, actually.
I'll give information about what you do.
And then we see if ever there's an opportunity. Because I think the other time we could also that we engage more you know, these people want to make an agreement because they've hidden money side. Exactly.
Guys, as you come in, just a little reminder that we're again in our commissions. This commission is resource mobilization. Next door is NPO policy. We're here, resource mobilization. Next door is NPO policy. If you want to go to NPO policy, yes. Thank you. A reminder for those of you who are just coming into the room, this is resource mobilization. Next door is NPO policy. our second set of commissions. This one is resource mobilization. Next door is NPO policy. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Just another reminder about where you are. You are in our second set of commissions. This one is resource mobilization. I'm going to ask your chairperson, Frank Mankies, to please come and join us. We have our colleague from the National Development Agency, Bugani, who is also going to join us here on stage. Our presentations have been loaded and they're on the back. A reminder to our online audience, our breakaway rooms. Have we started our breakaway rooms? Thank you so much. As you did previously, you have a choice of which room to join. If you remain here, you will be in resource mobilization. If you choose the breakaway room for NPO policy, you will be transferred to another room. So welcome, settle down, and let's gear up for another amazing conversation this afternoon. Frank, over to you.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch and your energy is restored. And those online, I'm glad you can be with us again. So just keep participating, sharing your ideas. So let's begin by, at your tables, those of you I'm looking at, there are some empty tables, but also online. Just take 10 minutes and discuss what are some of the critical issues you come up with in terms of resource mobilization for civil society. resource mobilization for organizations working for justice, resource mobilization for organizations working in development. Just take a few minutes and discuss. I'm giving you just five to 10 minutes of that discussion. Those online as well, you just make some notes and be ready to share what you come up with. So the key issue is that I'm asking you to discuss at your table is what are the critical issues that you've come with to this conference from wherever you've come from around resource mobilization, the availability of resources for organizations working for social justice and for organizations working in development. So try and reach a consensus about the one critical issue per table at this stage. We'll take all the others, but try and reach some consensus about the most critical issue at your table. Yeah, at your table. You can note the others as well. So discuss them, but we're going to just, in the first round, we'll take one per table.
You want to do this the way we did it there? Once you take the round of the input, and maybe not. I'll just give them feedback. And say, is this what you got? That's okay, we have more. Then you can do that.
Yes.
You want to take it.
So let's take 2 minutes more at each table just to generate one question around the availability of resources for development to our organizations.
Okay. Every third slide. Every third slide. I mean, it's actually quite bad. I had like a jump off flight. I did take a shower, but I had brushed.
So some tables have finished. Just take a few more minutes. Those who have just come in, if you're just two at a table, just join on another table for a few seconds.
Policy on that side and then.
Oh. So let's take some initial feedback. I know you haven't completed your discussions and we still have much more time today. So let's begin by just checking with tables. Just a key question, one from each table now, and you will note the others. There's a table in that corner and they've completed. So let's hear from that table. The one in the far corner.
Ready? You want to just pass it on when they, yeah, when you're done.
Good afternoon. Critical issues are the
So don't name, if you've got a list of 10, don't name all of them now.
okay.
But hold some of them, we'll come back to some of them, but go ahead.
Okay, the private sector approach should be based on impartiality. We are talking about now the donors from the private sector. And then it's Ronelle Urban Cousin from Destiny World.
So there's a request that you stand so that we can all see you nicely. So your first one was that the private sector approach should be impartial.
Yes. And then we also find that the requirements of the funding bodies are somehow irrelevant and it makes it difficult, especially for emerging NPOs to access that funding.
Great. So pause it there because if you finish all of them, you might cover some of the points that other tables would have. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the next table.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abel. I'm from the Northwest Province. We are representing an organization called Saratok NPC, which focuses mostly on skills development and enterprise development. And in my personal capacity, I'm from the Office of the MEC Northwest Health. 4 points that we've highlighted in this topic.
Just give us 2 for now, because you might cover something another table has and not give them a chance to share. So man, hold the 2, we'll come around for the next 2. Go ahead.
All right, no, thanks. Number 1, I think it's a general discussion that we have. It's the red tapes and the bureaucracy around funding. Number 2, it's the challenges that we are facing, especially between corporate social investment versus corporate social taxing. We believe that corporates should start moving away from the notion of
CSI to the notion of CST, which is a corporate social tax. The same way government is extracting funds from the corporate sector to ensure that they are able to support social alleviating programs. So that is our two standing points that we can just pick up from.
Thank you so much. So again, the red tape is coming up, and the second point, which I've always wondered about, I've had debates with the private sector, corporate social investment. They say, I say, why do you say investment? They say, when we give money, we expect a return. And I say, well, why? If you're working in a mining area, it's your responsibility, your duty, and as you put it, a tax. You should be contributing. It's part of your license that you have to do business. Thank you for that, to that table. Shall we have the next table? Table in the front here is ready.
Thank you. We wrote 4 things, but 2 is financial impedance with complying as an NPO, then access to alternative means to funding. Thank you.
So financial impediments with complying, that's right?
Yes.
And then?
Then access to alternative means of funding.
Alternative to what? Okay, yes, new ways, innovative ways. Great, super. Let's move on. So there's been some nice generation of nice ideas. Tessa, over to you.
Yeah, we'll summarize into 2 points as well. One is the question about the agendas of donors being the ones that get imposed on organizations and the work that needs to be done. So people have to shift their own priorities for the priority of the donor, and especially when there are now niche issues that come, like climate change or gender-based violence or municipality, then everybody needs to be doing that in order to access the funding pools, and that the organizations then are acting from a point of desperation because there are so few funders to then access. So that was the one issue. And then the other one that, so the ability to freely open up and be able to meet the needs in community is also important. So for donors to be able to be responsive and flexible when needs in the community arise, even if it's not niche. And then, so if I can add just a small one, is the question of small donations. How do we start a culture in the country of small donations towards the work that we do that is driven and sustained by the communities that we work with and we work in and we work for? Are there ways to do that, especially in a context where we have high unemployment? It is difficult to do that, but we also need to know that, you know, R1 million is R1 million. So we need to start thinking about how we make small donations possible and sustainable part of our work.
Yes, thanks so much. So the table sneaked in an extra point, and that extra point was a forward-looking point, which says, because much of what we're discussing is as is, but we also are going to go on to what should be and to be. And that third point was about the possibility of gaining resources, even from among ourselves within our community, but from small amounts. In asset-based community development, we say, no one has nothing. Everyone has the possibility of giving. So if 1 million people give R1, you'll have R1 million. So excellent point there. So let's go to the table there at the back. We're going to come to this table afterwards.
Thank you very much. I think I'll not dwell much on the one which was spoken, the red tape one, which is, we speak more in terms of your proposal writing. I think ours is DSD advocating in terms of land. If DSD can be able to assist us in terms of getting the land, it's so very important to get a space where you are able to say you own that space, you're able to work, but it's difficult to work if you don't have a land that will be owned by an organization so that you'll be able to do anything that you want to do for the community. So if DSD is allowing us and becoming our advocates in terms of the land, it will make things very simple for us and we'll be able to move forward and work as people who are advocating for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that. So intervention needed by one department. Then next, we're going to come to this table in the front. But before you start, just pause a little bit because we've got some points here which are being made online. One says we need to challenge government austerity budgeting to the state, so the state can deliver on basic services. Then the state should fund participatory democracy for CSOs engaged in advocacy. So again, something different there, saying resourcing should not just be for material things. It should be also for the act of participating. I'll pick up some more of those. So let's hear from this table.
On this table, we have written some 3 pointers, which the first one is donor driven.
Yes.
Yeah, and the second one is the criteria. Changing your programs. Interest related.
Yeah.
Nepotism.
I think pause there on those because we've given us a few, and then you'll come back later with the others.
And sustainability of programs. Transparency. Access to information. One size fits all.
Okay.
Corruption, like they want cuts, percentage on cuts. And like, for instance, at we had earlier on, they were talking about the Solidarity Fund program that was for the COVID, which we also a whole lot of corruption on it as well.
Great. So
And
pause there.
and duplication.
Great. There's a list that's coming forward there. There's another issue here, which was about the issue of matching funds. And sometimes when this requirement is set, it really limits the access of some organizations to tap into resources that are available. And sometimes the matching funds have their own priorities. So one thing that is coming out here is this whole idea of agendas that are being imposed. And I think the issue raised by the table here in front is, where are those donors who would say, we know you're working closely with your community, we know the work you do, and here are the resources available for that work, but you will define what that work is and what those outcomes are. It's not that you're not accountable. In fact, you will be, but we will talk together about the outcomes you want rather than the outcomes we want. So thank you to this table. So there are some tables at the back there. Just two of your critical issues that you've come up with.
Thank you. One issue that we mentioned was how to hold government accountable. The other issue that we mentioned was the challenge in terms of the kind of services that certain civil society organizations are providing that would actually limit their pool of donors based on issues of ethics, yeah, and morality and all that. Like, who do you go to, for instance, if you are in the land sector? Would someone that is actually grabbing land as a corporate, would you go to that person to fund you? It stands to be debated as well. Can you go to Anglo that keeps taking land from people in Limpopo, Mokopane, you know, to fund you? So those are some of the limitations and the challenges, but we are also saying maybe we need to find funding through the expertise that we have as organizations that we can actually be providing as services, and then we get something out of those kind of services.
Great.
And yeah, thank you.
So pause there for the moment. And then that point you may have missed that table is raising is saying, would you take money from a source, whether it's a company or a donor, which is busy or involved in bad practices, negative practices, practices that are actually bringing more harm to our community? And I think that is quite important, an important point. The table at the back. Any two critical issues, focusing on the newer issues.
Everyone. From the points that we put together on this table, we noticed that we had a lot to do with access to opportunities, especially from government, which is your CETAs and your NYDA. And then in rural areas, they don't get as much opportunities as we get. Examples, the equipment in the office, no office at all, and the communication for everything else. And we have the obvious one, which is funding,
That's right. Thanks. So all the tables have brought critical issues. So let's hear from the small table at the back.
I mean, Zanele and I are just going, every time someone speaks. The one thing we came up with is that hasn't been said is around training. I think, I mean, Ferial Domingo's here. We do need more organizations to help us learn how to find resources.
Yes. So when you're talking capacity building, it sometimes have an interrelationship with resource mobilization. So particularly when you're talking of smaller organizations, they might say, assist us as NPOs to learn how to whatever, complete an application form for a particular institution. So it does come up there. Capacity building might come up in enabling organizations or giving them the resources to develop a strategic approach. So if you're working day by day, but you really need to find time to get a strategic approach, that also helps your funding, because then you're able to say very clearly what we want to do and why. So there's some capacity building stuff in that area. And then sometimes resourcing for capacity building in the area of monitoring and evaluation. So we don't naturally use all those tools and templates. So there is an interrelationship. There are many areas where, in fact, capacity building is not exactly needed from any outside force or agency, because the sectors know their work, they know the subjects they're involved in. Let's start to take some additional things which were not yet shared. So let's hear from this table if there are any things which are additional or a comment on that, Tessa.
Thanks. I wanted to add on to that last point. I think for me, what I've been trying to think through in the last few years is the question about, number one, formalization and the ways in which funding has forced formalization on us and has created kind of binaries between formalized and informalized civil society. And I think we must be careful not to force formalize civil society for the sake of resourcing. So I think Akolile Notwala in Cape Town, the movement for care, has raised a lot of important issues about building movements that don't need to formalize but are still able to fundraise. Because movements often are sporadic, they're often issue oriented, sometimes they're short term. Now you're formalizing short term things for the sake of funding processes. So it compromises not only the issues we work on, but the way we work, our tactics. So there's something to be said about creating funding environments that don't force formalization. And I think one of the ways to try and work on that is that for big established organizations in civil society, we need to learn how to redistribute